I never thought this journey would look like this, but I am grateful for the ones who stayed. When the world turned loud and cold, when words were thrown and stories told, some walked away, some joined the fight, but you stayed here, you were my light. I didn't always have the strength, some days I barely breathed at length, but you reminded me I'm more than all the battles at my door. And I don't take that love for granted, the way you planted hope in me. When everything felt broken, you helped me finally see. You helped me finally see. You helped me finally see. Because you said I kept going, I kept going. Because you cared, I kept going. And through the darkest nights I knew I could make it thanks to you. This channel isn't just a stream, it's more than we could ever choose. True crime, crafts, and hearts that mend, a family that won't pretend, won't pretend. I am grateful I am here, because you turn my pain to cheer. And even those who walked away, I hope they find a better day. I won't be bitter, I won't close, my heart still grows, my kindness flows. That's what life is meant to be, a face for you, peace for you, a place for me. I lost so much I won't deny. Some days I still just wonder why, but purpose came and so did you. And now I know what I can do to build a space where voices rise, where no one hides, where truth survives, where friendship means you show you care, not just when life is easy there. Because you stayed, I keep believing. Because you cared, I keep achieving. Through every tear, through everything, I still remember every night. This is more than just a stream, it's family, it's our dream. Grateful heart, always say, thank you for staying, because you stayed.
Hold on, I gotta shut the music. It's gonna go to the next song. Oh boy.
My name is Caroline, and this channel is built on something stronger than hate. It was built on truth, courage, and family. They try to shake the ground.
Okay, there we go. I've got a funny thing to show you before we start. So I was going to Twitter like I do my normal thing. Scooter doesn't understand this, okay? I've tried to explain this to Scooter for like the last 15 minutes. I think she's being facetious now and just is acting like she doesn't understand this, okay? So I went to Twitter like I normally do to tweet out my live stream. And I had a message there. Hold on. From someone. in my notifications. And they had tagged me. And they said, you know, at Carly67 Mommy Ramblings, were you at the White House Correspondents' Dinner last night? This was on April 26th. I just saw it now. And they laughed and they said, if not, you have a doppelganger who is cool under pressure. Okay? So this is what they had there. They showed. Oh, hold on a minute. What am I doing? I can't do it that way. I've got to do it this way. Okay. Let me see. And so at first I thought, okay, funny, right? Somebody's fooling around with my pictures and stuff, right? So I did a search Google for this image, and it said that was a journalist that was really there. I don't know her name. If somebody knows her name, I'd love it. Yeah, my daughter thinks it's hysterical. She's like, because I showed it to my daughter, she thinks it's hysterical. But Scooter didn't understand it. Well, she says she doesn't understand it. I think she does. I think she's just trying to be thick because she thinks it's cute. But did Scooter come in here? Because she was in the chat saying she doesn't understand that. Let me see. Live chat. I'm freezing again. It's getting cold. You're laughing out loud? Yeah, she said she doesn't understand that. I was joking, and Carolyn was getting so irritated and frustrated because she kept saying, is that a real picture? I don't understand. Who tagged you? And I'm like, an account tagged me that I guess they watch me, and they saw that, and they thought it was funny. And she just didn't get it. I knew that she got it, and she's just trying to act like a Looney Tunes. Okay, let me get back to the right thing. Hello, Linda. All right. We have a lot to cover tonight. I was taking notes all day, listening to the Taylor Horner trial. It was nutty. They had the cross-examination of first that psychiatrist, and then they had a bunch of people that were blurred. Oh, boy. And we're going to go through all of those. I took all the transcription notes, and then they got to the very end. They got to this doctor that was on, like, he was a family doctor or something. I mean, he looked like something out of, like you'd ride around like the old family doctor. Hey, how you doing? You think you could come to the Taylor Horner trial? Yeah, Taylor Horner. All right, come on. Would you just, come on, let's go. He was on the stand for, I don't know, such a brief amount of time, and what he said was, and it made no sense, and even commentators didn't even understand it, what the point was, because, well, I should go through, he said Taylor had low testosterone, and low testosterone would make you less aggressive. But then in the same breath, he basically said that he probably had that when this happened. So he definitely wasn't less aggressive. He was highly aggressive. So it was just ridiculous. And then the doctor before that specialized, was an expert in fetal alcohol syndrome. And I just kind of, that was like Charlie Brown's teacher, because they're just grasping. And I understand they have to do it. I understand that. Okay. But let's get to everything from before. I'll go ahead and pull up my transcript that I made. And what? Hold on a minute. What's going on here? the freak? Wait a second. How did that happen? Okay, that's really bizarre, but good, I guess. That happened just now. You ever think like something's watching you? Like, it's a good thing, but I just wonder how the heck. So weird. Huh. Odd. Very odd. All right, so let's talk about see, now it's got my, and now I just got a thing, new listings in Edisto Beach. Stop. Okay. Well, sorry about that. I'm trying to get the doctor on. I want to get a picture on while I go over this transcript with you guys. You guys that are texting me, I'm live. Tell all your friends, Scooter. Okay. Oh my gosh. It's too much. Okay, so let me try to see if I can get the lady that was on yesterday. Dr. Ryan, I think it was Dr. Ryan is her name. Yeah, here we go. Dr. Ryan. She got paid about $100,000 for this. Yesterday it sounded like she got paid very little. And then so the prosecution kind of zeroed in on it today because he said that, I don't know if he used the word evasive, and he said, you said, oh, it gets sent to Ohio University or something, but you got about $100,000 for this, right? This 38-page report that she made. She spent 18 and a half hours. Okay. Now let me get to my notes. So she was on yesterday. We went through the, she's a defense witness, right? We went through their direct. And now I'm going to start with the prosecution's cross-examination. Okay, so let me get my glasses on here. So the cross started, he said, Dr. Ryan, your information is from what Tanner Horner has told you. Your information in your 38 pages, it's primarily based off what the person you were interviewing was telling you. No, she said. He says, well, there's a lot in here that Mr. Horner explained, told you, and reported to you, correct? Yes. And he said, I'm not going to go over all of it, but it is mostly coming from what he's telling you. She says, most of it. He says, she says most of it. She said it's in the report, and it's his reporting, but it's also all the documentation that your office provided. But then the prosecutor said, but for example, about his employment, about Walmart, it came from him, right? She couldn't recall that. And then the prosecutor said when he was explaining about the intimate relations that he had with a 16-year-old, that came from him. She said, well, yes, there was a police report, but the rest was from him. And then he said, and the drug use, you got that from him, right? Yes, and it was corroborated from others. And he said, are you saying there are records? No. So then just him. She goes, no, there's a collateral source. That's That's what she said, collateral source. Okay. And then he says, okay, when he's talking about the acid and the drugs, she finally admits it comes only from him. And the things to do with him, what he did and told you about with Athena is from his knowledge. She goes, yes, and discovery. And then he says, but anything he said came from him alone, right? Yes. And you will agree from your perspective, it's important to be accurate with what information you reviewed to make your assessments. Yes, she said. And he said, so the person you're interviewing would have to tell you the truth. That's of critical importance, correct? She says, well, not necessarily. So he says, oh, so they can lie about things? And she says, it is what it is. It does not mean that everything they say is untruthful. And she uses her judgment. So then the prosecution said, so when you ask someone a direct question, it's not important if they tell you the truth? She said, no, it's not of great importance. She doesn't make diagnoses on what he says. And she says there's corroborating reports. And then the prosecutor said, but you told me there were things in these reports based solely on what Tanner Horner has told you. And she said, well, you would need to be specific. It's not that simple. And then the prosecutor said, if it is clear he lied on several occasions. The acid use frequency came from him, but it was not all that relevant, she's saying this, to the diagnostic issues related to the case. And he says, but if you're making a diagnosis, and she says, I think you're mistaking things. And he said, if Mr. Horner was the only one, she says, Mr. Horner was the only one who told me he was on the autism spectrum, that would be different. But there were several other sources. And then the prosecutor said, but if the person you're interviewing is not being truthful, doesn't that put into question or call into question their truthfulness? Yes, she says. So they lie to you, and they can lie to you later. They can lie to you now. She says, it depends. He says, how do you pick and choose what you say if someone is being untruthful? She said, well, I did not put the facts of the offense in the report, but I did disclose my notes to you. So you have those. And then he said, but what you're saying is you picked and chose what you put in that report. She said, I made the decision, yes. After 18 and a half hours of interviewing Tanner Horner, I made the decision. I did not put every single thing in. And he says, you chose what you felt is important. She says, I don't think the word important is accurate. He said, then she says, I put what was relevant. And there were favorable things to Mr. Horner I did not put in the report. Because I didn't think they were relevant, she said. And then the prosecutor said, well, we did not talk about your notes yesterday. So he goes over everything she reviewed for the report. And she says that there was an interview that she forgot to mention yesterday that she used about with his in-home therapist. And she forgot to put that in, said that yesterday. So and then he said, well, now I'm confused because you said yesterday about your bill. And because, yeah, she said something like she was getting, she mentioned like $700. However she mentioned it, it didn't sound like a lot. And so I guess he went over it and he said, I think I went over things because you were saying things were sent to the University of Ohio. I believe it's close to $100,000. Correct, she said. And he said, how many actual diagnoses did you come up with for him? I don't remember if it was 6 or 7. She says, there were 10. And he says, and you diagnosed him with PTSD? She said, yes. And he said, and you read the reports from 2 other doctors, correct? Yes, she said. And they did not think Tanner Horner had PSD. And she says, I think she said she didn't get those. And he said, do you think they are right or wrong? And she said she thinks she is correct. And then he said fetal alcohol. And now you're not an expert, correct? And she said, no, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder as opposed to fetal alcohol disorder. And he said, you're not going to say that every woman who has a drink or parties before she knows she's pregnant will have a child that's affected by that. No, she said. And then he said, some party a lot, right? And their child is not affected. Correct. Your diagnosis came to show how he became the person. Oh, so your diagnosis is to show how he became the person he is? Yes. But in this case, a lot was covered by all diagnoses he has. That he can't handle stress, the autism, the trauma history, the stress. And then the prosecutor says the stress was FedEx causing the stress by changing his route. She says, no, that's too simple. It's the architecture of his brain that causes him to become very emotionally dysregulated. And then the prosecutor said, but you said his work, the girlfriend, financial issues, the new child was causing stress. She's like, but there's something else. And he says, well, the prosecutor's talking now, all these things, they're all life stresses. Yes, she says. And he says, don't you think some of those life stresses were from him doing drugs and partying all the time? She says, well, they didn't help, but these were life stresses that come up, but it's his inability to cope, and they're more biologically based. And then he says, but you don't think it had to do with his work ethic? No, she said. The prosecutor said the fact that he's purchasing drugs and partying? She goes, I don't know about opioids, but the drug use was to modulate his mood and anxiety rather than just partying. So the prosecutor says, you're saying he is not using to get high? She says, well, part of it. And then she said he used cocaine because he was sleep deprived. And to improve his mood because he was depressed. And that he didn't start doing drugs until he's 18. So that is something unusual. And then she said she thinks it started as an effort to fit in with the band he was in, the social element. And then the prosecutor said, you said he has poor executive functioning? She says, oh, yes, because his frontal brain and that he's on the autism spectrum and he has ADHD and PTSD and he has all this trouble with decision making and shifting his cognitive sense, and he has problems with his executive functioning, and he has poor impulse control, and that's part of executive functioning. But the ADHD, it made it hard for him, and it's hard for him to tell the truth, so that's why he created that 0, because that's, why he did that. And so he says, okay, wait a second. That's why he created 0? She said, well, it's not as simple as that. As I said yesterday, 0 gave him the ability to confess and distance himself from the horribleness he had done. So, and then she said, and he lied during the investigation because he was feeling pressure. And the prosecutor said, and what was it that you said? If we don't see him showing remorse, it's some alexithymia or something thing. And he goes on, and she's making, one thing up after another that why he is the way he is, that he doesn't have the ability to concentrate because of the depression. And, the prosecutor says, well, what about his life choices? Okay. They don't have any effect here, like doing drugs, staying up late. They're not the cause of anything. She goes, well, he was not partying all night. That was on the weekends. He was also sleep deprived on weeknights, and that was her opinion due to depression. That happened. It wasn't because of drugs. And the prosecutor says again, you don't think the partying on the weekend, the playing the video games all night, the drugs, you don't think it had anything to do with this? No. Okay, so he has all this stress and it made him turn to drugs, is what you're saying? She says that is overly simplified. And then the prosecutor says, well, was he powerless to resist? No, she says. The prosecutor says, so he made a choice? Yes. So you said he has issues with his job, prosecutor says? Yes, she says. Okay, let's go through a couple of examples. Working at Outback. Okay, you said in your report, whatever happened, it does not appear from a lack of motivation. She says, yes, especially as he got older. And then the prosecutor says, let me go into your notes. How many pages of notes did you have? And she's like, I don't know. I didn't number them. And he says, if I told you you had 140 pages, would you disagree with me? No, she said. He says, okay, I put tabs on them if you want to go over these. And he hands her a package of notes. And he says, you said in your report, Tanner was overwhelmed at Outback because the dishes were piling up. Yes, she says. He says, but can you see the text before he left? Can you read the text that he texted his boss? And she's like, I don't. And he goes, did he tell his boss to F off in that text? And he says, and then he says, you didn't put that in your report. And then she's like, and he's like, what page in your report is that on? She goes, I probably didn't put it in. He said, but you put in that he was overwhelmed by the dishes piling up, but you forgot that he told his boss to F off? She goes, oh, after he left, yes. Okay, and then he goes, okay, let's talk about the times he tried to take his life. You have 2 here with medical records, well, 3, and the third was 2 with medical records, and the third was family, and him told you about it. He goes, so let's talk about the one time in 2018. It was a breakup, right? But before he did it, and I'm going to use this word, phoned it in, he said. He kind of phoned it in, right? He told his girlfriend he wanted her to go watch it, right? Yes. Okay, and he said, did you review the records of what he told the doctors? That he staged his taking of his life to make his girlfriend mad? He goes, I don't see that in the report. So is that in there? She goes, no, it's not in there, I guess. And then he says, okay. And then the one in the jail in 2023, right? I think he phoned that in also because in the jail records, he hit the button and then he did what he did. And then when he didn't answer, of course, they came running in. She says, I don't know that he phoned it in, but I believe he panicked and pressed the button. And then the prosecutor says, let me go through your report on page 5. I just want to verify your quote that says the cognitive distortion contributed to his ability to problem solve and was compounded by the depression. He had issues with problem solving. Yes. You said his impulsivity with the autism and all the above caused him problems in his ability to deal with the stress, that most people deal with these things every day? Yes, she said. He said, so even when you showed up unannounced, you caused him stress? Yes, she says. The prosecutor said, so his reaction to all of that caused him to kidnap a child? And she said, well, the precipitant was panicking because she, the child, Athena, saw him snorting cocaine. And the prosecutor says, well, that is where it begins? Yes, she said. And he says, according to you. And she said, and then the prosecutor said, if Athena did not see him doing that, then none of this would have happened? She says, yes, that's my opinion. Yes. Okay, he says. Then he says, I find it, you say, he wasn't able to solve problems, but he had no issue on how to get rid of Athena's body. He didn't have any issue on how to keep his access to the crime scene. He knew how to keep people from the van he murdered Athena in, and he was in that same truck the next day because he told his boss he threw up in there. So he had no issue with problem solving there. She said, yes, correct. And then the prosecutor said he had no issue creating a new series of things, like by saying a new story, a new narrative, by saying he backed into her, and he created a very detailed scenario of what he did to explain why she ended up in the truck. And she says, yes, well, how he solved it was very disturbed and foolish, but that was how he tried to solve it. And then he says, and then when he showed up at the truck stop, did you hear how he manipulated the clerk so that she would give him free cleaning supplies? By saying that, okay, you can give me these supplies or I can just kick it out here onto the Love's truck stop. And then the prosecutor said because he was thinking that if he purchased those things, that would leave a trail. And she says, well, I didn't think of that, so I didn't see that as critical. And then the prosecutor said he did that within 10 minutes of tossing Athena's body into the water. This sounds like he was problem solving just fine. And then they start talking about the cocaine. And he starts going through her notes. And he says, you're writing about cocaine here. And then you have an arrow. Is that saying cocaine increased, his use of cocaine increased 2 weeks before this happened? Yes. Okay. But then you wrote not accurate. So you did not believe him. She said she can't remember why she wrote that in her notes. Prosecutor says, did you put that in your report? I don't know. You want to take a look? She says, are you saying it's not in there? He said, I'm asking you if it's in there. She's like, I know I have you. She's hemming and hawing and oh my gosh. Then she says, I have down that he had not used it prior for about a month, but the day leading up, he was tired, and he used it leading up to the offense. And the prosecutor says, okay, this cocaine story he told you. Where did he get the cocaine? I didn't ask, she says. Oh, but isn't it in your notes that he found it at home? She goes, oh, okay. I thought you meant the name of his supplier, and I'm not going to ask who a drug dealer is. She says, yes, he said he found it somewhere in the shed, and he thought that it had all been used up, but he found it. And the prosecutor said, that was his story? Yes, she said. And he said, with regard to that, he said he found a bag of Coke in his house. She said, yes, something like that. Okay, in part of your report, you said that Coke use has an impact on his problem solving, but we just talked about how his problem solving was working just fine. She says, I don't think it was working fine. Well, he was covering his tracks, the prosecutor said. Yes, she said. He was solving. How he would explain this to others, right? She says, well, I don't know what he was doing at the time. And then the prosecutor said, isn't impulsivity a part of the antisocial disorder syndrome, personality disorder? It can be, she said. And then he said, you will see it was not impulsive. When he arrived at a delivery an hour before is not impulsive. No. What about covering the camera an hour before he kidnapped Athena? She says, no, that's not impulsive. And then she said he covered the camera because he was using drugs in the truck. That's what he told you, the prosecutor said. Yes, well, she said, you don't have any other way to prove that, do you? You don't see any other time when he covered the camera except for those 2 times. She says, I don't remember. He says, well, didn't you watch it all? And if he had done it, you would have seen it and you would have put it in your report, correct? She said, well, I would not have put it in because I didn't have a section about the offense. Okay. When he put Athena in the van and said, don't scream or I will hurt you, that's not impulsive. No, she said. And when he drove to a secluded location to SA her, that is not impulsive. No. And when he talked to her about school, etc., that's not impulsive. No. He told her that to keep her calm? She says, and himself calm for what's coming, said the prosecutor. Well, she said. And the prosecutor said, well, you know, he SA'd her. I don't know, she said. And then she said, I don't call them calming conversations. And I don't know his motivations. You didn't ask? No. Then he says, you agree what he did was intentional? Yes, she said. You didn't see or any head banging or meltdown? She said, I think he was emotionally dysregulated, but I didn't see any head banging or meltdown. And then the prosecutor said, you said he catastrophized the situation from Athena seeing him doing the coke. And she said, well, when he knew that she saw him, he decided that he had to do something to stop her from telling anyone. And it was not until it is much worse than he put her in the truck, then he thought, now I'm done. But not when he saw that she saw him snorting the cocaine. It was like a puzzle. And the prosecutor says, but the SA happened in the middle. Well, she says, he says, well, he kidnapped her, he SA'd her, then he killed her. And she says, well, not what he told me. And then the prosecutor said, she said, well, not what he told me. The prosecutor said, well, you listened. Didn't you listen to the video, the audio? Yes. And you heard him tell her to take off her clothes? In the middle, before he killed her. So you know that. Yes, she said. So his reaction, with all those conditions that you talked about that are wrong with him, his reaction of what is wrong with him is to go straight to murder with an SA in the middle? She says, no, they contribute to how he thinks and behaves. It is not a simple cause and effect. She's not saying that his conditions caused him to do this. So then he starts with the antisocial disorder, personality disorder, and he says, you said a person has to meet the criteria for that before the age of 15. And hold on a minute. I'm getting a bad feeling. I want to make sure you can hear me because I just hear like someone's like, it's really weird, like trying to come in on my phone. I don't know where they're trying to come in on. Let me just make sure you can hear me. What's up?
In the middle?
Okay, sorry, you can. Okay. Sorry. Let me go back to this now. So, the antisocial disorder would have to, those criteria have to be met before someone is age 15. She said, yes, the criteria. And he says, okay, and it's a persistent pattern of deceitfulness. And he has a pattern of that. She goes, well, in this instance. And he says, well, in the past. And she says, well, no, it wasn't significant because it's fear-based and it's driven by his disorders because she doesn't think he has antisocial. So then he goes over and over this, trying to show her that he has all the patterns of all the things that would qualify him for antisocial personality disorder, and she just refuses to acknowledge that or say that that's right. And she just keeps saying, because although he did some of those things, it doesn't meet the criteria. And that while he did some of those things during the offense, it was attributed to some other major mental disorder. So she said it's all related to his autism and not to antisocial personality disorder. And then he said one of the last criteria is callousness. And when he was screaming at Athena, and when then he started singing Jingle Bell Rock, does that not show you that he had callousness to the child? But you don't attribute that to antisocial, right? You contribute it to other issues? Yes. Okay. And then they start talking about pedophilia, right? And she says, no, he does not have that. You must have a persistent pattern, and he doesn't have that. What evidence did you review? She said, well, the discovery you sent, and you searched his cell phone, and there was no history of looking up that kind of stuff on there. And he said, but you have info from him, but that would not be significant. But there was, she said, there was no info that he had any kind of interest like that in kids. And then he starts talking about in his early to mid-20s, he was intimate with teenage girls. She said, there are allegations, yes. And you put in notes, drunk at party girl. That came from him, correct? Yes, she says. And he told you that he didn't know she was 16, is that correct? And I'm going to venture to guess that he said he was a good guy. She said, he didn't say he was a good guy. Well, he said he didn't do it. Yes, she said. He said he distanced himself and when he found out and he was very mad. Yes. Okay. And then she said his reaction was inappropriate, but it just shows how he overreacts. And the prosecutor said, did you ask him if he did it with these girls? She said, he told me about one and denied it. And then prosecutor said, he didn't tell you there were two? Did you see the appendix there, that info? He didn't tell you that one of the victims he had known since the 2nd grade? And if you have known that and knew that he knew her since the 2nd grade? She said, no, he didn't tell me that. He said, so then if he indeed had intimate relations with her when she was 16 while he was in his 20s, that's not right. She said, are you asking me if it's moral? She said, that's not a pedophile. And he said, does gratifying himself on a 7-year-old, is that a pedophile? She said, that is not a pedophile. There must be a consistent pattern of that. And then he said, did you read the DNA reports? And she said that she knew that him and his girlfriend, fiance, whatever, had a normal sex life and that he had no interest whatsoever in children. And let's see. And then you said he had difficulties linking actions to consequences, but he knew enough to cover the camera? Yes. And then she said, I'm not sure why he covered the camera, but he did. And they said, yeah, but he did before he SA'd her. And the same with cleaning up, right? Yes. So he understands that. And then he said, when we talk about what you said about moral reasoning, you already told us he knows what he did was wrong, what he did to Athena. Yes, she says. Whether it was wrong to SA children, what did he do to prove he had no interest in children? What did he tell you? She said he had intimate relations with his fiancée when he got home. Where is that in the report? She says, oh, it's in my notes, because she didn't write about the issues. Let's see. She said she was pressing him. She's not sure if they're his words. And he says, okay, so according to him, he had plenty of energy to go home and do this with his fiancée, right? Yes. Okay. And then you listened, they said, to his request to be re-interviewed by the Texas Ranger Job 5 days after his arrest. Yes. Did you listen to that? Yes. At no point during that did he express any issues with problem solvings, etc. He was able to try to cut a deal to get out of jail. She goes like this, cut a deal? Like she doesn't even know what that is, okay? And he had to explain it to her. And then she's like, oh, I see. Then the prosecutor said, there was a problem. Oh, no, she said, no, it did show there was a problem with his problem solving because he didn't understand that he could not get a Christmas furlough after what he did. That shows the level of his impairment. And, okay, then the prosecutor says, okay, despite all that has gone on, if you go back to your report, he told you how good he slept his first night in jail. He said, it was the first night of good sleep he's had in a year? Sounds like he has a clear conscience. She says, not necessarily. And then he says to her, is autism, is that permanent? Yes. And all these other things that you wrote, they seem to be permanent? She said, well, not all of them. Like major depressive is episodic. A PTSD will wax and wane. You know, substance abuse, his tic disorder is likely permanent. And then the prosecutor said, well, the same person who committed these acts is the same person sitting here today? Yes, she said. And then they talked about malingering. Malingering is essentially exaggerating or lying about things. Yes, she said. And you put in your report that he was not malingering. Yes, even though you know he was lying. And she said, well, you can lie without malingering, but malingering involves lying. She said, I do not believe he was lying about his mental disorders, even though he lied at other times. Then the prosecutor said, when he told you the cocaine story, you think it's the truth? She said, yes. It fit with other info I had and collateral sources. And it explained why he covered up the camera. She said, well, it made sense. This new story? Yes, she said. Fit his narrative? She said, along with other things, yes. The prosecutor said, well, the only place the cocaine story comes from is him. Yes, she said. That's right. And then the prosecutor said, so you don't know that it's not another lie? She said, no. The prosecutor said it could be. She said, in her opinion, it's not. But he said, so despite all the massive amounts of untruth, you don't think he lied about that? No, she said. About doing coke outside to avoid the camera in your report, you wrote? Yes. And you don't see him doing coke in any video? No. Well, did he tell you what he did to murder Athena besides strangulation? And she's like, break neck, choke, did another line of coke. And then they're reading her notes, and she's there. I look at the bottom. He stopped by the cheek. She's like, or creek, but that doesn't make sense that he stopped by the creek. But it was that he stopped by the creek. I wanted to scream into there because neither one of them knew what it said. And then she said, he told her physical blows to the head with his fist and his feet. To Athena? Yes. What specifically did he say he did with his fists? And then the prosecutor said, do you understand this is the first time he is admitting that he used his fist and his feet? I don't know, she said. You don't think it's important to know? No, I don't. There is sufficient info to know what he did. Well, we know he lied about it in terms of the interrogation. Yes. But he did beat her with his fists. Is that what he said? Well, those are my words, she said. What did he tell you he did with his feet? He kicked her, she said. Is that what he told you? Yes, she said. So he kicked her and beat her to death? Yes. You listened to that audio? Yes. Did you hear bangs? Yes. Did you ask him about them? No. I want to make sure if we did not have your notes, we wouldn't know from your report. She said, correct. There's no section on the offense in the report. He also said he wanted to have the same truck the next day. Yes. And your notes say because she had lost control of her bowels and he vomited? Your note says, and he wanted the same truck because there was blood, urine, and feces? Yes, she says. So that goes back to planning, the prosecutor said. And you saw him, he's telling her again, the prosecutor, that Tanner drove down the same road the next day. You saw him talking to people about what was going on. She goes, I didn't ask him. You don't think it's relevant? She says, I don't think I had that information when I interviewed him, but I don't think that it's not incompatible with his autism and his trauma history. But I don't know why he drove back through the crime scene. And then the prosecutor said, you said something about his strategic criminal thinking? I don't know, she said. If I use the term about the offense and day after, if I use the term about the offense and day after, then it's working well, isn't it? She says, I don't agree. He planned this. She says, no, not for a lengthy time. Oh, he catastrophized this and had poor planning? Yes. But he said, take off your shirt, your clothes. Yes. Well, what did he tell you that he did with her clothes? She says, I don't remember. So up to this point, he denied any essay. She says, I don't know what he denied. So that he said, let's go to your notes. You indicate that he said to you that he was trying to put a pill into her mouth, and that was why she was gagging. She says, I don't believe that is all of what happened. Well, what do you think happened? And she said, I think he was trying to have her perform something on him. From the video, she said. So the info on the pill is only in your notes? Yes. So in your report, you didn't put that he exposed himself and pleasured himself. And hold on one second, I better see this. What did I put here? He attempted to, she said. When you challenged him and said, I don't believe you, she said, I don't know, but at some point he said what he did. He said he tried, but he could not do it. Did you follow up? She doesn't remember. So then about him being a future danger, yes. The prosecutor said prison is definitely a place of chaos. It can be, she said. And it's a place of a lot of stress. It can be, she said. And any changes that would happen are determined by the prison, outside of an inmate's control. Yes. You don't think? He says, tell me you don't think that there's no drugs in prison. No, I don't think that, she said. You said there's structure. Yes. But Mr. Horner carries his preferred weapons with him, right? His hands and his feet. Yes. And he has a capacity for extreme violence. The one time, she said. But he had the capacity to victimize someone by assaying them. She said, a child. What about a 16-year-old? She doesn't know. Do you agree it's illegal? Yes. So you've got his triggers, stress and chaos, yes. In this case, kidnapping and murder were the end result, but you believe that he will be the prey in prison and not the predator? She says, now, if it was before the offense, she says she still believes that, but he says, now, if it was before the offense, you would have said the same, that he was not a risk of committing violence before. And she's like, what do you mean? He's like, well, if I would ask you on November 29th before this incident, if you thought he had the capacity to commit extreme violence, what would you say? She said she would say it was low risk. She said no one is at no risk under the proper conditions. So you wouldn't have concluded that he would have violated a child. Correct. And that would have been incorrect, said the prosecutor. Yes. And you would have said that he wouldn't murder anyone. Correct. And that would be incorrect. Yes. Okay. So then he says, the entirety of your report, all of this catastrophizing, is based on this particular act of killing Athena. Not really, she says. He says, well, it starts with the one thing he told you about the cocaine. And if that act was not true, then everything below that is false. Well, he says, if it is untrue, what he said about the cocaine, then everything else fails in what you wrote. Well, no, she says. He exhibited that long before the offense. He said, but your entire report is based off that one incident. That is what set it off. And then he just left it there. And then he said, you know, in your report, you put in that Tanner wanted to be famous, a rock star. It was his only goal in life, right? You heard a jail call about telling his story. You heard that he wanted to get out. It was completely unrealistic. He wanted to sell his story to get bailed out. And what does he tell you about what he thinks his situation is like? He compares it to a movie, does he not? And then they go back to this because she doesn't give they had a break, so we'll go back to that. Then he says, you would agree that there is some probability that he will create or do or perform an act of violence in prison. She said, there is a degree that anyone will. They said, you reviewed some information about a P-file disorder. Yes. Did it change your opinion in this case? No. Then they said, back to Horner's decision to be famous. What did he tell you? And she said, he wonders if he made a deal with the devil for money, fame, and power, like in the movie American Satan. And then that was the end. He passed the witness, and then they did the redirect. And it was the woman defense attorney who was really grating on my nerves. And she said, were you asked to do an insanity evaluation for Mr. Horner? No. It was a mitigation evaluation? Yes. And do you focus on facts of the offense or the person you're evaluating? And she answered the person. And the defense said, she said, the facts are important, but this is defense, would you put it in your report? She said, it would depend on what I was asked to put in my report. In this case, it was the history of Tanner. Yes. Then they said, Dr. Ryan, about self-reporting, you said it was important, but you don't rely solely on that. No. How do you verify these things? She said, in terms of verification, I don't think that's the correct word. Okay, what would you do to corroborate those things? To go and weigh the consistencies and what they mean and what or how they fit to what she's determining. That's what she does. Their cognitive status and their emotional abilities, and see if they line up with, and then talk with other sources of information. So in this case, in this time and records, the collateral witnesses that you interviewed, did it all line up with the self-reporting? Most of it, says Dr. Ryan. Okay, and the times he tried to take his life. Now, the prosecution used the word phoned it in. But they were serious attempts, were they not? Yes, they were serious. Do you think he phoned it in? And Dr. Ryan says, I think his intent was to die. Now, you did not agree with two doctors on a diagnosis of PTSD. Is that out of the ordinary? She says, well, if you're dealing with the same person, they should come to the same conclusion, but they might not have met with him for the same amount of time I did. So if the person doesn't observe it at the time, does that mean it does not exist? No, she said. Did you put every detail in your report? No. She doesn't cherry pick. If something went against her diagnosis, it's important why she discounted that. It's very important, so why she has the opinion she does. And you put things that were relevant. Yes. Were all things that you put in the report helpful to the defense? No. But you felt that the jury should make their own determination? Yes. Problem solving, what do you mean by that? She says, well, some problem solving involves very little executive functioning. So, for instance, if you spilled coffee on a jacket, there's not a lot of executive functioning for you to know you've got to either clean it off or put on a new jacket. But other things require more executive function. If you're emotionally dysregulated, you're going to have much more difficulty. The prosecution said it sounds like he was problem solving just fine when he covered the camera and he cleaned the truck, but what's your opinion? She said it comes down to his ability to problem solve in a reasonable way. Now, you say it's important to clean a crime scene, but when you look at the totality, and then she said it's not good problem solving to think that you're going to get away with it because you cleaned the truck. And covering the cameras, the question is, uncovering a camera after a kidnapping, is that indicative of planning? No. I think it's actually, she said, an indication of poor planning and problem solving. If he planned it well, he would not have done this the way he did if he had planned to kidnap and kill Athena. Okay, and actions and consequences. Would it make sense to uncover a camera when you're trying to clean up the evidence of a crime? No. Snorting coke and catastrophizing the incident, and you were asked, do you have any evidence if he did that? And I just want to ask you, do you have any evidence he was not? No. Explain lying and malingering. Okay, this one is this. Malingering involves lying, but lying does not have to involve malingering. She said his malingering, he didn't have it, but his lying was due to his autism and driven by his poor problem solving and his emotional dysregulation. Did you take into account the deficits a person has to determine the two? Yes. Did you find he was malingering? No. You found he was lying? Yes. Lying's not the same. Malingerers lie, but not all liars are malingerers. She doesn't think he was malingering. And she said there was lots of talk from the prosecution about manipulation. The state asked you about antisocial personality disorder and the manipulation, callousness, etc. But based on your evaluation, did he meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder? No. Did he exhibit a pervasive pattern of those traits? No. And tell everybody what a pervasive pattern is. And she says that's a pattern over a long period of time. And it's why you have to meet it prior to the age of 15. And they had nothing further, and that was it with her. Now, the next person is blurred. They're blurry. Hold on, let me see. They're mostly blurred. I'm just going to put a blurry thing because I just want to get Dr. Ryan off the stand here because I've really had enough of her. Okay, the next witness is somebody they're going to tell that's just Elizabeth. Elizabeth. And she met Tanner through his ex-girlfriend at a place she used to work at. They asked her, do you know about Tanner's relationships and what type of girlfriends he went with? And she said, yes. They were very controlling ones who treated him bad. Do you think Tanner is a leader or a follower? They asked her. She said a follower. Why? She said it's easier. Did you see him in social situations? Yes. How did he act? Well, he had social anxiety, kept to himself. He'd get quiet. He lacked social skills. Okay, you tell us he lacked social skills. What was that like? She said, feeling awkward, kind of like how I feel right now. How did he feel about his friends? She said he adored them. He sometimes would get taken advantage of by some because he would give them the shirt off his back. Okay, let's talk about his mental health now, Elizabeth. Devon says, did you ever observe any mental health stuff? Yes, his ADHD and his anxiety. How would you see that? Well, he has a short attention span. He gets easily distracted and he goes off tangent and it's random things, but it's really the ADHD mind. Was he on meds? She said no, he wasn't because he lacked the resources. But right before everything happened, he started on meds. He was on them for like 2 or 3 weeks. Then they asked her, how did Tanner react to the birth of his son? She said, oh, he was so excited. So excited. And everything changed. She didn't even know how much he wanted to be a father until he was one. Okay. In this case, you're aware of him pleading guilty to kidnapping and the murder of Athena Strand? Yes. And then they passed the witness. The cross-examination said, you say you know him for 5 to 6 years? What did you guys do together? She said we would hang out with his ex at the time, go to the bar, dancing, go to a festival a time or two. We did not go out that much. Sometimes we hung out at friends. How many times did you actually hang out with him? Oh, she couldn't say. You don't remember? Not the exact number. Was it every weekend? No. Once a month? She said maybe every other weekend would be her best guess. Do you know what he actually did in this case? She says no, she's kind of been avoiding it. She doesn't know exactly. And then they were done, and that witness was excused. And the next one was someone named Lee, and he was all blurred. And they said, how did you meet? He said, through a friend. Where? It was inaudible, but I think this is the guy with the glass place. He said that, what was your impression of him? How would you describe him? He said, fun. We got along with everyone. Anything unusual about him? Well, he wasn't good at jokes. He was a little different. It's hard to describe. It's just different. He struggled to tell jokes. He got the timing wrong. He was silent when he shouldn't have been. It was awkward. Did he lack common sense? Yes. Now, you worked with him. Yes. Okay, so this is the guy that owned the glass company. At a glass company, yes. How long have you been there? 33 years. And what was Tanner's job? He worked as an installer out in the field, out on a job site, mostly manual labor. Yes, sir. How long did it take, or does it take a normal person to learn this? He says, well, to work your way from like an apprentice all the way up, maybe a year and a half. How was Tanner? Slower than most, he said, but it's harder for him to retain stuff like knowledge and skills. How did he get along with the others? Very well, he said. He showed up on time. Yeah, he showed up on time. Any unusual reactions from him? He said, well, one time he carried up some equipment, and when he did that, there was a door that opened, and so it kind of hid the equipment, and he couldn't find it. And it was a simple thing, but he couldn't handle it. He was almost crying, and he smacked himself in the head, and it was directed at himself. Yes. Was it expensive stuff? No, but it was stuff that was essential to the job. Okay, and did you see any social interactions with him? Yes. Anything unusual? No, other than the awkwardness, telling jokes, etc. Mostly he stayed outside, smoking cigarettes. They passed the witness. The cross said, when was the last time you have seen him? 2021, 2022, when he worked for you? Yes. And we worked from him during that time frame. He's not the only helper you had to let go? No. In regard to social interaction, if you saw him at a bar, how often would you see him? Only every week or two, maybe, he said. At one point, did he tell you that he could not go into a bar? I don't remember. Oh, but didn't he tell you he had an altercation with a bouncer? Oh, yeah, he was banned from the bar. You don't remember why? No. Okay, pass, and they did the redirect. Oh, let me talk about Tanner losing the job. Did you have to let him go? Yes. We had to let him go. We told him it's because he wasn't catching on, but it really was because the homeowner saw him lose that control that day, and we couldn't have that getting out, so we had to let him go. Did you remain friends with him after that? Yes, but I didn't see him much. But you didn't cut him off? No. And then the witness was excused. And then they brought on another witness. He was blurred, called him Jason. He was a contractor at FedEx. He owned the business that was contracted by FedEx, but he was not the owner. Okay, of the truck business that was contracted when Athena was killed. It was the one before. So they said, was Tanner one of your employees? Yes. How long? 5 to 6 months. He explained a bunch about the company and about the terminal and all that stuff. FedEx contracts areas for service providers to deliver packages, yada, yada, yada. So he goes on talking about the terminal, talking that Tanner always showed up within the regular time frame to pick up the packages, later than most of the drivers, but still in that window. The boxes are loaded onto the truck in a certain sequence. And was Tanner able to complete a route? Yes. There was just once, or some, possibly more than once, there was a problem. They talked about peak season, late November to Christmas Eve. And what is the atmosphere like at the terminal at that time? There's a lot of trucks. There's a lot of loaders. There's a lot of drivers. There's a lot of extra noise. And then they said, did you know that Tanner had to take a leave in May of 2022? Yes. And he starts crying at this point and saying that he gave Tanner a $1,100 loan because he had problems. He needed a car. He needed this. And he sounded, he really like he was trying to help him, and he was crying. And then the cross-examination, the attorney says, you sound like the kind of guy that if you had the money and you could help someone, you would help them, right? Yes. And Tanner was able to manage the route? Yes. And communicate with you? Yes. No problem doing what you needed him to do? No. Okay. Then there was a new witness. Couldn't hear what his name was, but he's somebody that's incarcerated. Now, this is weird because this guy allegedly is incarcerated. Not for killing anybody. He has no murder or anything like that. But he's incarcerated, when they said, for 13 years, and then he has 7 more years. Why is he in the jail? That's what I want to know. Is he back on something else? Because normally he would be in a prison, correct? Okay. So not really understanding that. He said he met Tanner in May of 2025. He thought of, and it was very hard to understand this guy. He had a very thick accent. He thought of him as a cool little white dude. He said they talked about anime and they talked about things they would do, and it's a cool dude that he could talk with. And did you notice anything different when you saw him? He said, well, he didn't really get what was going on around him. Did you see any physical reactions to him being in a new place? He says, yeah, it's like I could see people would take advantage of him. All right. You say you spent 13 years flat and you're signed for another 7? Yeah. And when Tanner found out you were about to head out, he said he was like, you're going to leave me like a puppy, But you're secluded in your cell. Yeah. And I was talking to him, giving him knowledge, news he could use. How does he deal with social cues? He says, well, he has to tell him no. They mean you no good. They're taking advantage of you. What about, or has anyone given you a hard time for being friends with Tanner? Well, not like that, but they talk down on somebody to be cool with you. What do? I just give it back to them. What besides anime do you talk about? He said, we talk about Bible study a lot. What kind? Well, we got tablets in our cell, and we go to the kiosk. Then I get on a rug, and we do Bible study. We are going the book of X. His name for Tanner is Thor, and Tanner's name for this guy is Chicken. And they're in 2 separate cells, but they break down the Word of God, and they turn it around, and they apply it to themselves, and it's been really beneficial. And let's see, to him and me, and early in the morning, I got to tell him it's going to be all right. And I see him wringing his hands, and when he comes back from court, I say, hey, man, how'd it go? He's like, oh, so I don't question him. You got to let him have his time. But he's talking about this app that they have on the tablet. It was very hard to understand him. And then he talks about something he wrote him like a month ago. It was a letter about how much Tanner has helped him and his gratitude and about his faith and stuff and all that. And then they asked, have the guards been going out of their way to try to tell you about Tanner's case? Yes. So you know he pled guilty? He said, yeah, but I didn't know the extent until the trial started. Is he still your friend? Yes. I tell him it's not what you say about you. I keep that on his mind. You're not what they say about you. Then they pass the witness to the prosecution. Sir, let me ask you this question. You guys are in different confinement. You have to talk through like little holes, and then he explains how the cells are, right? And he says, I can see him through a window. We have a slot. We're in there 24 hours a day. And that's been for a year. It's this May. It would appear that you had a rough life. Yes, sir. Was some of it your upbringing? Yes. Was some of it bad choices? Yes. But I don't see that you killed anyone. No, sir. And I don't see where you beat a child or killed a child. No, sir. What did he tell you about what he did to the little girl? He didn't tell me nothing. Do you have an idea? And he says, well, some people around me told me. Despite that, you think he's a good man? He ain't showed me no different. His character's good. Nothing further. And then he was dismissed. And then this Dr. Davies came on. He was a clinical professor of pediatrics, did his undergraduate at Yale. He diagnoses adults and children with fetal alcohol syndrome. And so the Dr. Stephen Young, what he said was basically that, hold on, I want to get this other, that Tanner had low testosterone, but let me get this Dr. Davies up here and just, hold on one second. Dr. Davies, where are you, Dr. Davies? Okay, let me put this up here. This is something that they put up about this fetal alcohol. Why didn't you go up there? Hold on a minute. I don't know why you're not listening. Okay. Oh my goodness. Let me see. There it is. Okay. Oh, now it went away again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What is the problem here? What can the matter be? That's not good. What is going on? Okay. Now where are we? We are all over here. Okay. Back to that. Okay. Let's try this all over again and try to get Dr. Davies up on the field. Just trying to get his image up there, and we've got to have a problem. Dr. Davies, where are you? Fetal alcohol syndrome, Dr. Davies. Now that's going back up there. That's not. What the heck? Okay, this is crazy. What the freak are you? One doctor to get through. I went through that whole transcript of mine. All I want to do is just get to his freaking picture. My goodness, this is ridiculous. Here he is, Dr. Davies, finally. See if this will work this time. Okay. Okay, so let me... So this is Dr. Julian Davies. Now, he is a clinical professor. I told you he has undergraduate in Yale and all that. I gave you that already. His testimony began, he started talking about the different types of diagnoses of the spectrum disorders, characteristically defined by examining growth impairments, brain function, prenatal alcohol use, and someone's facial features. He testified that Tanner Horner's mother reported drinking heavily in the early weeks of her pregnancy. That was before she knew she was pregnant, and he said that is a period of time that is critical for brain development. He described it as high-risk prenatal alcohol exposure. And he said that about 40% of children with similar exposure may experience fetal alcohol syndrome disorder related impacts. But he said that Horner does not have the facial features or the growth deficiencies that are typically associated with fetal alcohol syndrome. He said, though, that his brain imaging showed some abnormalities in both gray and white matter, as well as irregular brain activity, and those findings are consistent with FASD, but not unique to the condition, so they can be from other things. But based on the cognitive and behavioral testing, the doctor identified several significant impairments, including ADHD, autism spectrum disorder, language and social communication deficits, and he also found that there were additional concerns, an uneven or spiky IQ profile with gaps between verbal, nonverbal, and processing abilities. And he also has a tic disorder, which we also heard Dr. Ryan mention, correct? Yes. Okay. He told the jury there that the brain-based evidence lined up quite neatly with the things that have been challenging in Tanner Horner's life. But he emphasized alcohol was not the only factor. He pointed to a range of other factors, including that severe lead exposure, trauma, which also Ryan, right? Head injuries, family psychiatric history, substance use, and he described Tanner's condition as a broader picture and said that his brain has had a lot of hits from before he was born to now. But it was not the only factor. His history includes severe lead exposure, trauma, autism, head injuries. I said all that, right? It's overlapping. The psychiatric history is, and it makes his condition the result of many overlapping hits to his brain. He also, what did I say? That's redundant there. Okay. Let's see what else he said. Then he was cross-examined. And he acknowledged that he reviewed something the defense prepared for the social history that summarized Tanner's background, and it is cited in his report, but that he also relied on the interviews and the thousands of pages of records that he reviewed. He confirmed that he interviewed Horner for nearly 3 hours in jail, and that he reviewed case materials, including video evidence, but he couldn't say whether he had seen all the footage. Then the prosecutor started to pinpoint the diagnosis itself. And he got the doctor to agree that Horner does not have fetal alcohol syndrome, and he does not meet the criteria for more severe forms of fetal alcohol syndrome disorder, including the severe brain dysfunction. Instead, the doctor's diagnosis was the less severe, more common category of neurodevelopment disorder, alcohol exposed. He confirmed this, okay? So he does not have fetal alcohol disorders. What are they calling it now? Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. I want to make sure that's right. Okay. Prosecutors also noted that Horner's IQ tested above average, as did his verbal comprehension and his perceptual reasoning, and that his processing speed index was the only thing that was below average. The ADHD, was that linked to the prenatal alcohol exposure, can be harder to treat, and that Horner may not have received sufficient support at home, despite some stability later in childhood. And then the prosecutors kept pushing back on the severity of the diagnosis and about his actions as they relate to Athena Strand's kidnapping and murder. And they challenged, do these impairments, are they the cause of why he did this? And then the doctor said, well, there's motor deficits like grip strength that pointed to killing itself, but you understand that Tanner Horner pled guilty to strangling a 7-year-old girl successfully. And he said, well, it took a long time, and that video did not support that conclusion. Prosecutors questioned whether Tanner Horner's conditions explain his behavior. And then on ADHD, the doctor acknowledged, I can't use ADHD to explain what he did. Though he said the impulsivity that it has may have played a role. They talked about Tanner Horner's interactions before and after what he did to Athena, to argue that he demonstrated functional communication skills. And the doctor on the stand kind of downplayed that. Prosecutors also said, what about the malingering, the faking, the exaggeration of the symptoms? And doctor said that he did not attribute any of that to Horner. Finally, he clarified his role in the case. He testified he was not asked to evaluate insanity or any legal defense, only to determine whether Tanner Horner met the criteria for FASD, and he did not. Okay, so that's the end of that. And then the final doctor that was on, I told you that one, that was a Dr. Stephen Yount. He was a family physician. And he just started to talk about low testosterone, which was like kind of crazy, but I gave you that in the beginning, said that Tanner had low testosterone, and that, so because he had low testosterone, he was less aggressive, but then yet they couldn't tell you what it was when he was highly aggressive to Athena. So it really didn't help or anything. Court's going to resume at 10:30 a.m. Tomorrow. So yeah, I know that took a long time, but I went through that transcript and I typed all that stuff. That's what I did. So let's see. Let's see where you are now. Hi, Jessica Rabbit. How are you? So I don't know how many of you are watching this. Hi, Terry. Are you watching this channel? Hi, Dookie. I'm screaming? Okay. Sorry. I didn't want to be screaming. I'm just so paranoid that you can't hear me. Hi, Amy's Justice League. Hi, everybody. Okay, so we're done with the Tanner Horner right now trial. Now we're going to move on to Nick Reiner. Tanner Horner to Nick Reiner. And then after Nick Reiner, I have, whatever was the other thing I have up there? Gosh, I can't believe it's been all that time on Tanner Horner. So he can't, well, he's already admitted his guilt. Terry, this is not a trial for guilt or innocence. He's already admitted his guilt. What this is is about the punishment phase. Is it going to be the death penalty or life in prison without possibility of parole? That's what this is about. Okay, and Scooter wants everybody to like the video. So if you haven't liked the video, please like the video. Am I really screaming, Dookie? I don't think I was screaming. I am in a little bit of pain today. And I am like highly bruised today. And so give me a little bit of a break, okay? How you doing, Amy? How's everybody doing? Good. I just thought of something else. Oh my gosh. I just thought of something else. What day is it? Okay, today is the 30th of April. Today is. So, all right. Let's go to talk about Nick Reiner. Do you know Nick Reiner has a YouTube channel and it has one video on it from 9 years ago? It's quite a strange video. But yeah, you can watch it. It's out there. It's like David, it's like 3Ds, and it's weird because we're going to talk about that D4vd's, D4vd, because he made some strange purchases, and we know more about Celeste and how she was killed and all that stuff. So, yeah. What else was I going to say? There's also a bunch of people that killed. There was some lady, I think, where was she? In Pennsylvania? I don't know where she was, but she told her boyfriend she wanted to go out to eat at this bar or something, and he came home with chicken drumsticks and a whole bunch of seasonings and said he wanted to use the air fryer. Okay? So she stabbed him one time in the chest, killed him, and then explained to the police when they came that she said she wanted to go out to the bar, and he didn't, listen to her, and pushed her buttons, and she did this, and then on the way there she said, well, they were together like 3 years. She says, well, like if his parents didn't like me now, they're really not going to like me. This is the kind of people I just, like, this is what I'm saying. Then there was another thing I saw that some guy in a Mercedes at a gas station, a 71-year-old woman came out and she spilled some water on his car. Now, I was telling this to Linda, and Linda said, well, maybe she was like a Karen and she threw it at the car or something. Still, I think the reaction that he ran her over and killed her was a little bit of a overreaction. Okay? Karen or no Karen. Right? All right. So then, what was I going to say? Then there was somebody else. Oh, somebody that ran her husband over with a high-powered or high-speed golf court. She did that. I forget what the reason was, but then tried to left him out there to die, and then made up a story that they were both been drinking and that the brakes failed and something hydroplaned and craziness. Where are you guys? Is anybody listening to me? I see the numbers here are good. You guys aren't talking. What's up? Do you hear me? Hello? Terry? I don't know if something's wrong with my chat or If you're here, could you please type up a 1 or a 2 or a 10 or a 15 or a 30? Thank you, Jen. Okay, just want to know that my chat is working. So yeah, so a lot of really poor problem-solving people. They just kill people. I don't know why. It's nuts. Anyway, Nick Reiner appeared in court. Now this was a pre-trial hearing for a pre-trial hearing. And for the first time, he wasn't behind the glass. He was flanked by his attorneys. He was shackled. There was no family there for him. He did scan the gallery when he came out. There wasn't much of anything that was, he acknowledged some stuff. But the big thing is that he's writing a book. He is writing a book, a tell-all. Okay? That's the big news. He's writing a tell-all. And they also said that kid, that stepson, that killed Anna Kepner on that cruise line, his trial is due to start in June. Now, is that true or not? And then there's also stuff about that American Idol guy, about what's happening with him. So we're going to look at that. But Nick Reiner, yeah, he's writing a tell-all book. He has plans. Yep. He has. My stomach is grumbling. If you hear my stomach, because I probably should eat or drink something. I should have made tea or something. Nick Reiner, son, he's planning to write a tell-all book from behind bars. Yeah. He's writing the tell-all book. He plans to expose dark secrets from his elite Hollywood family. And let's see what he's got here. There's no excerpts or anything that are available, but that's what he's doing. Okay? And he's going to expose those dark secrets. And apparently he's eating well and looks okay, I guess, right? Okay. And let's see what else we got. It's been pushed to September. Okay. Let's see what there's going to happen there. Because prosecutors and public defenders continue to collect more evidence, along with more than 2 terabytes of data. The evidence includes autopsy reports and the medical examiner's findings and stuff. Let's see. September 15th, Jimmy's birthday. The next hearing is September 15th. And that is, let me see here. Let's see if there's anything else that was just scanning if we missed anything. Okay, but a few nights ago I talked about that really nice piece that his brother wrote, and I gave a link to it in the video description. So, all right, let's go to D4vd. What a name. What a name. Okay, so Celeste, they were wondering what the cause of death. She died. Manner of death is homicide, right? But the cause of death was multiple stab wounds to her upper body. And she had multiple penetrating injuries. And her remains were found in a substantially decomposed state in the trunk of that Tesla, with evidence of dismemberment. And according to that dismemberment, is some really gruesome information about D4vd David. What a name. I'll say it again. I'll say it every time. Okay. So the legal filings, prosecutors outlined for the first time how D4vd David murdered and dismembered Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Okay, so when she was 11, he started intimate relations with her. When she was 13, and they met when she was 11. They began a sexual relationship when she was 13. They met when she was 11. As far as they know, how do they, 13. And when she was 14, he got in an argument with her. The day before, he invited her to his home, and he fatally stabbed her, prosecutors say, in these court documents that were filed on Wednesday. In the days and weeks that followed, according to the court documents, David, D4vd, placed, and his real name is David Burke, placed her body in an inflatable pool, and he cut off her limbs with a chainsaw that he ordered online before he stuffed them into a garbage bag and put the bag in the front trunk of his Tesla. That's how these documents show how her remains were there. They were discovered in September. Police have refused to discuss the investigative findings for months, but now this document was filed. At a hearing on Wednesday, David, whose real name is D4vd, whose real name is David Burke, he appeared handcuffed, wearing an orange jumpsuit. His lawyers objected to the release of the prosecution's brief. I bet they did. The filing outlines the evidence prosecutors say that they're going to bring forward at a preliminary hearing, and that is scheduled for May 26th. His lawyers said the public nature of the documents in this closely watched case could complicate their client's right to a fair and impartial trial. But the judge disagreed and allowed the filing to be released. A lawyer for Celeste Rivas Hernandez's family, Patrick Steinfeld, has said that the grisly findings of a medical examiner's report have caused profound emotional pain for the family. A lawyer for Mr. Burke did not comment on the filing on Wednesday. He has pled, D4vd has pled not guilty to the first-degree murder charge that is levied on him, and his legal team has said that the actual evidence in the case will show that D4vd David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez. In the court filing, prosecutors say that Burke and Celeste began that sexual relationship in November of 2023, and they spent much of the summer of 2024 together. She traveled with him to Las Vegas, to London, and to Texas to meet his family. At one point, Celeste's parents took away her cell phone because she ran away from home, and David paid one of her classmates $1,000 to get her a new one that he purchased. The pair broke up in the fall of 2024, but they continued to talk. And this is him in court behind this plastic, like they had, what's his name, used to sit there. And you know what, I got a little bit scared because that looked like Dr. Ryan for a minute over there in that courtroom. Like, come on, Dr. Ryan, you can't be there again. Okay, there we go on that. And let's see. There were text messages that show April 22nd, 2025, that D4vd David Burke and Celeste had a lengthy argument. Celeste had expressed jealousy over D4vd's relationships with women, and she threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with him that would end his career and destroy his life. The documents note that the first studio album from D4vd was up and coming, and he had created an anthem for the video game Fortnite, which was released on April 25th, 3 days later. On April 23rd, Mr. Burke sent an Uber, the day after that argument, to Celeste's home in Lake Elsinore, California, that dropped her off about 90 minutes later at the house where he was staying in the Hollywood Hills. Soon after she arrived, he stabbed her to death and stood by while she bled out. So the motive is that he stabbed her to keep her from coming forward with anything that would destroy his up-and-coming career. Mr. Burke was worried about his up-and-coming career. Well, maybe you can sing in the prison, you creep. Okay. Prosecutors say around 10:30 that night, after he killed Celeste, he sent text messages to her phone asking, "Where are you?" And that's part of the premeditated plan to cover up the murder. An hour later, he drove to Santa Barbara County to dispose of and destroy evidence. Then he went back to the same area of Santa Barbara County at least 2 more times. He returned home the next morning. He gave a radio interview to promote his forthcoming album. He briefly continued to text Celeste's phone, but he stopped on April 26th. Now, the documents say that from April 24th to May 5th, he used a fake name, and then he ordered a shovel, 2 chainsaws, a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable pool, all to be delivered to his home. It outlines the horrifying measures that he took to destroy and discard Celeste's body. In addition to removing her limbs, he amputated her left ring and pinky fingers because one of her fingers was tattooed with his name. Now, the prosecutors say they found a small blue plastic fragments amid Celeste's remains that were later matched to the pool, and that the samples, the biological samples that were collected in the garage area, matched Celeste's DNA profile. Now, he put part of Celeste's body in a garbage bag, part of it in the body bag. He placed both bags in the front trunk of his Tesla, and then he left for a music tour in July. he parked the Tesla on a nearby street. Now, how stupid was that? Is that, like, seriously, how stupid was that? First of all, this guy... Oh, I looked at... Oh. Anyway, you order the stuff under a fake name, but you have it sent to your house. You dismember her body, but you put it in the trunk of your car a few streets over. I'd like to see what his IQ test is. Wacko. Okay. On January 17th, 2026, almost 8 months after prosecutors say he committed this murder, they said a state employee found Celeste's passport card off of State Route 154 in Santa Barbara County. Wow. Disgusting. Gross. Okay, let me go back to the chat. This guy's so gross. What the heck is the chat? Okay, hi Pet Nanny. So who's following this guy? Who's following this case? Where were her parents? Her parents took away her phone, Jen. He sent $1,000 to a classmate who bought her another phone. She was at her house, had a fight with him. He sent an Uber to pick her up, and he killed her. Yeah. Oh, there's Scooter. You came back. This guy is just gross. But I think he's got parents that think, you know. Hold on one second. Let me get, I want to get something here. One second, I'm trying to get on to... Let me get something for you guys. Okay. Come on. Hang on one second, just trying to, my computer wants to be so... Okay. I want to see something. All right, trying to see something in this document. All right, so in their evidence, okay, in the legal document, it says, are the descriptions of photographs depicting the victim naked, as well as while she was engaged with the defendant in, S activity when she was 13 years old, as the evidence constitutes child SA material, the photographs themselves will not be presented. While all possible charges that could be proven were not filed, The child essay material is proof of their ongoing S relationship while the victim was 13 and 14 years old. Numerous text messages between D4vd and Celeste evidencing their S relationship, pregnancy and abortion, and the use of Plan B. Messages through March of 2025 prove D4vd continued to manipulate Celeste as she messaged, "All we do is have S and just hang out. Man, I want more than that for myself." These messages were obtained from D4vd's iCloud data. His David Burke's D4vd cellular activity and communications derived from the defendant's iPhone and the Tesla, which demonstrate D4vd's activities from April 22nd to April 24th of 2025, including a trip to Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night after Celeste arrived at his Hollywood Hills home. Surveillance video of D4vd driving his Tesla on July 29th, 2025 for the last time before he parked the vehicle and he left on tour at the end of July. DNA evidence developed from bloodstains collected in D4vd's garage, which matched the victim's genetic profile. Proof of his Amazon purchases and the deliveries to his residence, including 2 chainsaws, a body bag, an inflatable pool, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a burn cage. BURN, like fire, after April 24th. There's proof of his purchases and the delivery from Postmates of a shovel from the Home Depot to his house on April 24th. There are Uber records showing his transaction when he ordered the Uber to pick up Celeste from her residence and transport her to his residence. Let's see. Tellingly, he subsequently purchased the tools to carry out his plan to dismember and dispose of Celeste's body on April 24th. He ordered that shovel from Home Depot that was delivered to his home from Postmates on May 1st. He ordered and subsequently was delivered the 2 chainsaws to his home on May 5th. He ordered and Amazon subsequently delivered a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, a blue inflatable pool. He made those purchases under the name, fake name of Victoria Mendez. On May 8th, he returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home around 11:30 p.m. He returned to that area on May 31st, and that's an isolated area off of SR 154, where Celeste's identification was subsequently discovered in January of 2026. And additionally, on July 7th, 2025, he ordered and Amazon subsequently delivered a burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate evidence. And then he took horrifying measures to destroy and discard Celeste's body after placing her body into a blue inflatable pool. To prevent the blood from spilling onto his garage floor, he used a chainsaw and perhaps other tools to cut off her limbs. Oh boy. There were fragments of the swimming pool that were in with her body. In order to distance himself from her, he amputated her left ring and pinky fingers because they were tattooed with his name. Her fingers have not been recovered. He then placed her head and torso into the cadaver bag, the body bag that he purchased. He placed her limbs into the garbage bag, which he deposited into the front trunk of the Tesla. He laid the cadaver bag on top for several weeks or possibly months He left her body to decompose inside that Tesla. He lied to friends, business associates, and others who noticed a strong smell of decay in and around his home and his vehicle before he left to go on a concert tour at the end of July. He parked his Tesla on the street around the corner from his home. Nice. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's see. Trying to see here. What else they have on this guy? He was receiving packages, including the burn cage, under the name Victoria Mendez. And do you know what? One of the defense lawyers in the Cementelli case, where's Margaret? She's on this case. He's got one of the, I believe it is, one of the Cementelli lawyers. That's where she's from, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's her. And you said, I think you said, Margaret, that the prosecutor that did Cementelli is doing this case. Is that correct? I think that's what... I hope so. She was very good. She should be doing this case. This guy is bad news. They have, prosecutors are claiming they have 40 terabytes of evidence against this D4vd. Let's see. $40 terabytes. Let me see. So yeah, really, of course they didn't want that to come out. Of course they didn't, right? He's not going to get a fair and impartial trial. Okay. Yeah, that's what's going to stop you from that. Sure. Sure. Let's see what else we have on this document. David Anthony Burke, okay, that he carried this out. It is further alleged that the murder of Celeste R. was intentional. It was carried out by the defendant David Anthony Burke for financial gain within the meaning of the Penal Code section 190.2A1. It is further alleged that pursuant to Penal Code section PC 192A10, that Celeste R. was a witness to a crime and was intentionally killed because of that fact. It is further alleged that the murder of Celeste R. was committed by defendant David Anthony Burke and that the defendant intentionally killed the victim by means of lying in wait within the Penal Code section 190.2A15. Okay, so on or before September 7, 2023 and September 7, 2024 in the County of Los Angeles, the crime of continuous SA in violation of the Penal Code section 288.5A, a felony, was committed by David Anthony Burke, who did unlawfully engage in 3 and more acts of substantial S conduct as defined in Penal Code section 1203.066B, and 3 and more lewd and lascivious acts as defined in Penal Code section 288, with Celeste R., a child under the age of 14 years, while the defendant resided with and had recurring access to the child. The above offense is a serious felony. Conviction of this offense will require you to register pursuant to Penal Code Section 290. Willful failure to register is a crime. Conviction of this offense will require the court to order you to submit to a blood test for evidence of antibodies to the probable causative agent of acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Being charged with this criminal offense can result in mandatory pre-conviction HIV/AIDS testing and disclosure of the results to a victim and the chief medical officer of the jail or prison facility where you are incarcerated, pursuant to Penal Code Section 1524.1 and Health and Safety Code Section 121055, following a probable cause hearing in a court order. Upon a felony conviction for the above offense, prison custody time is to be served in state prison based upon the above felony offense being a serious felony. Okay, let's see what else we got here. On or about May 5th, 2025, which is count 3, in the county of Los Angeles, the crime of unlawful mutilation of human remains in violation of the Health and Safety Code Section 7052, a felony was committed by David Anthony Burke, who did willfully and unlawfully mutilate remains known to be human, specifically the remains of Celeste R. Under a felony conviction for the above offense, prison custody time is to be served in a state prison pursuant to Penal Code Section 1170. Huh. Crazy. There's, you know, that, let's see. What is it? Just trying to see if anybody. Oh my gosh, there's already people saying, why is D4vd the only one facing criminal persecution? Am I missing something, or is it because he's black? Because there's an entire document released that has an entire list of white people doing the. Okay, this is, see, there's, oh my gosh, I know, just, people are just going to say that. Okay, let me go to this right here. Well, I'm just trying to get something else right over here, but it's give me a problem again. Okay, here we go. So he killed her to shut her up. To save, see, this is like the thing, right? He killed her to shut her up to save his career. His career's over now, okay? You're done. It took forever to arrest this guy. Let's see. Then he was on tour. Oh my gosh. Prosecutor said the materials were found as part of the search warrants that were on his phone. Based on reports, D4vd instructed mods to delete clips and, I guess, his mods and videos on demand from his January 11th stream due to the chat making inappropriate jokes, likely to prevent controversy. Okay, so let me go back to the chat and see what you guys are saying. I don't know if Margaret's here. I know she thinks she's following this case. I was joking. Oh, no, Scooter's, I'm way behind in the chat. The chat's way behind on my thing. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. We've got some stuff going on here. Why are you removing my tracking trip? When are you set in 2025? Member for 75 months. Thank you for being a member for 75 months. Member for 39 months. Woohoo, Jen Grill and Scooter. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Julianne just upgraded her membership to a Rambler special agent. We're going to get you a song, Julianne, and we're going to have a song to recognize Jen Grill and Scooter. Hold on. Let me get a song and let me get this lunatic off this stage, off the page stage. Let me get him off. Disgusting. Thank you, Julianne. And what a way to start the room. And Carol goes, Mike's home early. What a way to start the weekend. Julianne just upgraded her membership. What a way to start Thursday. Let me get, my stomach is grumbling. If you hear my stomach, it's grumbling. I'm going to have some tea or something in a minute, but where is the membership? Membership. Membership. Here we go. Here, this is for Julianne for the upgrade, for Jen for all the months, and for Scooter for all the months. For all the members, for all the months.
Hey there, Rambler, pull up a chair. You're part of the family, loves everywhere. From late night laughter, stories that matter. We ramble together, it's perfectly scattered. Welcome, welcome, Ramblers Unite, Ramblers Unite. Ooh, different levels, same heart, shining bright. Thank you for the love, for the time that you bring. Mommy Ramblings grows because of everything.
Okay, thank you very much, Julianne and Scooter, Jen, and all of our members. Thank you for being members. If you're not a member, you can be a member too. Okay, we thank you. Let's see. There we go. All right, so Margaret's not here. I don't think Margaret's feeling well. Linda said she said something about not feeling well. She said something about not feeling well in the comments. So I hope you're feeling better, Margaret, because I think you are following this D4vd case. And I know someone's going to say, you're supposed to pronounce it David, but I'm doing it intentionally. It's an intentional thing because I despise what he did to this young girl. Okay? So, yeah. That's why I'm calling him D4vd. I'm reading his name in individual characters. It's intentional. Yeah, there's different tier levels. What did Terry say? What did she say? Why is it I'm a rambler and not a special agent? There's different tiers, okay? So there's a deputy. Then there's one that's between a deputy and a director. And then, not a director, a detective. A detective. And then there's a sergeant. So they go up in tiers. Anytime you want to upgrade, you can upgrade. Hugs, yeah, feel better, Margaret. Okay, so what else do we have? What else is going on? Yeah, what he did is horrific. Are you following that case, Terry? Are you following it? I know that Margaret is following it. Doesn't your spell check work? You are following it? Okay, good. Well, his parents, I don't know, Jimmy thought his parents were lawyers, but I haven't found that. Have you, Terry? I haven't found that, but it's just so crazy, right? You always have, there are some words like that, right? Hold on, I'm just trying to I have to check my watch. If it needs to be charged or not. There's one for me. What one was always, there was one for, I'm trying to think of which one it was. I was always like, oh, then it's always back. You have heard nothing, not her parents, his parents. He said his parents. He thought one of them was a lawyer, but I don't know. I didn't see that. Scooter left again. She's so rude. She's so rude. Early on, I think his parents made a short statement. Yeah, but I don't know. Jimmy was saying maybe he was watching it on. I don't know what he was doing. He was doing something. Scooter's been ditching us. I think she's, I don't know, someone has to have some dating stories. I think she's into dating stories. Don't even ask why. She gets very strange like that. She wanted to see this guy cooking at the counter with his mother. That was like something. And then now she's moved on from that to just hearing some older lady talk about her dating stories. Right? I know. Terry, it's not nice. It isn't nice. It's not nice at all. You know? It's not nice. So what else? Let's see what else is going on. I should put my watch on the charger. Let's see what else is going on, okay? Oh my gosh, engaged couple transported to hospital following horrific car crash, bride in critical condition. We're right about April 28th was when, remember that horrible crash with, that was in Folly Beach with the golf cart and Jamie Komorowski? Remember that one? And the bride was killed. Remember that? I was in Edisto at the time. We were in Edisto. I remember we were in Whaley's. I was in there with my daughter right at the time that it happened in Folly Beach. Horrible. This is an engaged couple. They were involved in horrific car crash, it says. Prayers that she recovers fully. Wow. I was trying to show her picture, but now the computer is being really stupid. I don't know what it's doing. Here it is. I'm not going to touch it because when I do, then it gets dumb. So that's Peyton Toombs and her fiance, Maverick. Let's see. They were transported to the hospital. They had a crash on April 24th, just months before their wedding. Cleveland. Police arrested a suspect in the car crash, and after he was released from the hospital himself. On the evening of Friday, April 24th, Peyton Toombs and her fiancé, Maverick, were in a car traveling at 25 miles per hour in Cleveland, Ohio, when another vehicle, allegedly speeding at almost 100 miles per hour, collided with them. Wow. Several vehicles were involved in the crash, which injured 4 and left 1 dead. Among those hurt was Peyton, who sustained several serious injuries that left her in critical condition, and she and Maverick were both transported to the hospital from the scene. The couple had just celebrated their wedding shower the week prior, and they were in Cleveland for a cornhole tournament. They intended to get married in a few months, according to their GoFundMe, and Peyton was just weeks from graduating from University of Tennessee, Knoxville. But her extensive injuries, which include multiple pelvis fractures, a broken femur, internal bleeding, have threatened both plans. First and foremost, we want her safe and alive. We're blessed for that, said Peyton's sister. She's amazing. She's the best one of us. We do joke and say we are all going to be Peyton when we grow up. And I don't know why that's not coming over all the way. There we go. Let's do that. Okay, well, now it's going to be a jerk again. Okay, well, I think you saw. So let's see. By Saturday, she had undergone a 6-hour surgery on her femur, 2 more surgeries for her pelvis and hip planned for the future, scheduled for another surgery on Sunday, April 26th, though her vitals weren't stable enough. Her parents received the news while they were in Tennessee. Her mother, Davinia Hendrickson, said she called Peyton's father, Randy, immediately, and the family drove to the hospital to be by her side. Her doctors have advised that Peyton remain in Ohio for treatment and rehabilitation. She is too fragile to travel home to Tennessee. Okay, wow. The man was from Las Vegas. Zaid Alamin was arrested and charged with aggravated vehicular assault and aggravated vehicular homicide in connection with the crash. Alamin is accused of stealing the vehicle he was driving just moments before the crash. He was also injured in the crash, and he was arrested immediately after he was released from the hospital. He will be transported to the Cuyahoga County Jail upon medical clearance. Wow. Okay, let me just go over here. Trying to see what else is going on. Just want to get rid of this right now. Get rid of you. So stupid. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see if it'll work now. This is so dumb. All right, let's see what's going on. University allegedly, okay, University of Tennessee professor. What did he do? He allegedly choked his girlfriend until she could no longer breathe to teach her a lesson. Okay, this is what I mean. This is even a higher level of education, right? And this is still what, I mean, it's really scary. I really wonder what the heck has gone on with people. Is it drugs? What is it? Okay, that's the mugshot of Jonathan Ramsey Hasford. And he's charged with aggravated domestic assault after allegedly choking his girlfriend during an argument. The responding officers observed minor injuries on her, including a red mark on her throat and an abrasion on her chin. He is an associate professor. He's been placed on paid leave, and he has a preliminary hearing scheduled for May. Okay. On March 17th, the Knoxville Police Department responded to a home on Pinellas Drive where they learned that Jonathan Hasford, 41, had allegedly assaulted his girlfriend and then left the scene. This happened following an argument between the girlfriend and Hasford, at the Knoxville home, during which he had been drinking, alcohol. And during the altercation, the woman allegedly threw flowers across the kitchen and grabbed his arm. He then allegedly responded by dragging and pushing her before he choked her until she was unable to breathe. He's also accused of telling her he was going to teach her a lesson about touching him. The responding officers observed that the woman had minor injuries, including a red mark on her throat and an abrasion on the left side of her chin. He is the Associate Professor of Marketing at the Haslam College of Business at the University of Tennessee, later charged with aggravated assault, according to a docket. He faces a felony charge, and a preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 1st, 2026. Following the charge, University of Tennessee put him on paid administrative leave. Okay, then again, if you are experiencing domestic violence, call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-7233 or go to the website thehotline.org. Crazy. Oh, remember the truck driver that went missing? He was found dead. Yep. Let's see. A truck driver who went missing in a possible hijacking while transporting vehicles from Georgia to Florida has been found dead. Let me put Georgia to Florida. He's been found dead in a hijacking. What were they hijacking him for? Let's see. Alejandro Giacomino Gonzalez, 41, was last seen alive on April 17th in the early morning hours at a rest stop on I-95 in Brevard County, Florida. The truck was located in Port Wentworth, Georgia, that day, though Gonzalez was not there. The FBI called his disappearance suspicious. Several vehicles were also missing from the hauler. Oh, he was hauling vehicles. On Wednesday, the FBI field office in Tampa and Atlanta said a body was found in coastal Georgia, and it's confirmed to be Gonzalez. They did not say where or when the body was located. The FBI, Tampa, and Atlanta divisions are leading the investigation into Gonzalez's death. He is a CDL driver for an unidentified trucking company. He had picked up multiple vehicles from the port of Brunswick in Georgia on April 16th, and he was supposed to drop them off in Miami. He arrived at the truck stop in Grant, Valkyria at 1:21 a.m. on April 17th, and he rested for several hours. And then at 7:49 a.m., the truck drove south one exit and then turned north. Soon after, Gonzalez became unreachable, and the truck was reported missing. 3 vehicles that went missing from the hauler have since been located in Florida. Anyone with information is asked to contact the FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or submit the tips online. Sounds like somebody came up to him while he was sleeping in there and, yeah. Okay, here's a tale of 2 sisters. Here's 2 sisters. So I said, what can you tell me about that picture of those 2 sisters? Nancy Pexton, who's on the left, stabbed Jennifer Abbott 10 times. Jennifer's on the right. and then left her body for 3 days in her flat in Camden, North London. On Wednesday, an Old Bailey jury convicted Pexton, 70 years old, of murdering Abbott, 69, on June 10th of last year. 70 and 69-year-old sisters. Abbott, a U.S. citizen, was last seen alive on a doorbell camera as she returned home from walking her corgi at 7:36 that day. Pexton spoke to her by phone at 11:36 and traveled by bus to her Mornington Place flat at 12:45 p.m., leaving an hour later. And then she called her... Oopsie, hold on a minute, something just happened. Something happened, okay. She called her GP and reported taking an overdose. She was taken to the hospital where she stayed before her arrest on June 18th. And this is from police body cam, I guess, of them coming in to make the arrest. The Metropolitan Police body cam here. On June 13th, a neighbor used a scaffolding pole to break down Abbott's door after they became concerned because they couldn't hear her dog barking. Her partially naked and decomposed body was found on the living room floor. She had a large wound across her neck, and she had gaffer's tape across her mouth. Her Rolex watch, which was a gift from her son, Brad, which she never took off, was missing, and it was later recovered by police from Pexton's bag, her sister, when they visited her in the hospital. When questioned about it, she said that her sister had given it to her to look after. However, the prosecutor suggested that Abbott would never have given away her prized Rolex watch. He told the jurors the reality, of course, is that the defendant took the watch, having stabbed her sister to do so. In the 2 days after Abbott's death, there were numerous missed calls from her son, who lives abroad. He described a bubbling resentment between his mother and his aunt. Given evidence via video link, the son said there was an interaction and sometimes anger and hostility between my mother and Nancy, and there was resentment seemingly bubbling up. The jurors heard about how Abbott told her nephew that she was scared for her safety as Pexton was capable of anything. Now, see, they have that wrong. They have that wrong. Abbott is the one that was killed. Okay? She didn't tell her nephew. She told her son that she was scared for her safety as Pexton was capable of anything. In November of 2024, she shared a message in which Pexton told her, "You know I was planning to kill you, but it was just a thought. I would never hurt you." The message went on to warn Abbott to watch your back from those who conned and stole money from. It's from those you conned and stole money from. You never know. They could get you while you're walking your dog. Be careful, honey. I worry about you. You have so many enemies. At the time, Abbott asked, why do they keep saying her nephew, if she should take out a restraining order? They just said, Brad Carlson, right? Was her son. Now, where's the nephew? Calls from her son. Yeah. Given evidence via video link, Mr. Carlson, that's the son. Yeah, they're messing up there. Okay. Anyway, further evidence of Pexton's resentment was found in a series of notes on her phone in which she referred to thinking about killing her evil sister, and she complained about other family members Paxton later told police she was just venting her feelings and that she loved her sister. On the day of the murder, she had been wearing a black cowboy hat and blue dungarees, which were covered in her sister's blood from top to bottom, and jurors were told that Paxton had asked one of her daughters to take the clothes away and wash them or throw them away. The defendant went on to explain that the blood got on her clothes when she hugged her sister, who had suffered a nosebleed. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Scientific analysis did not support that claim and suggested that Abbott's blood went everywhere when Paxton cut her 10 times. Paxton had denied any wrongdoing and declined to give evidence in her trial. She opted to appear in court by video link from the Bronzefield jail. And after the guilty verdict, sentencing was set to Friday. Wow. Despite her repeated denials, the evidence presented in court by the prosecution all pointed to one clear conclusion. Paxton was found guilty of the murder. Yikes. Okay, let's see what else we can find here. And what's this about? The cops say the reality star's grandmother was killed by his cousin over chores. Summer house. What is this summer house thing that I keep seeing? Summer house, summer house. Somebody, the cousin of Summer House star West Wilson, is charged with murdering their shared grandmother. Dakota Sweeney, 28, was arrested last Wednesday after police say he shot Gail Wilson in her Missouri home. What is this Summer House thing? Some kind of reality show? I keep seeing that. There we go. That didn't happen again. What is the deal with that? I don't know why this is not trying to get this thing over here, but it doesn't want to listen. Let's try this again. Okay, so what happened? He was sitting on the couch for half of an hour before court documents say he fired the gun without warning, and the next day West Wilson appeared in a reunion episode of Summer House, the reality TV show, following a group of friends living together. Wow, Summer House, really? How come all I've seen it maybe just because of this happening? Is that why it's like all over the place? Wilson, 31, has been a notable star on the series, having been plucked from obscurity as an unemployed former footballer. He also sparked controversy on March 31st when he revealed he was dating his Summer House co-star Amanda Badala, the best friend of his ex-girlfriend Ciara Miller. I know a Ciara Miller. An obituary of Gail Wilson, who died at 75, lists both West and Dakota Sweeney as cherished grandchildren. She is remembered as someone who found joy in shaping the world around her and took pride in building connections with her community. Gail Wilson also recently completed her goal, traveling to all 50 states, according Sweeney is being currently held in the Caldwell County Jail in Missouri on a no bond warrant. What happened here? A New York City driver who randomly attacked 5 strangers was working for Amazon during an unhinged rampage. What? This is crazy. What is going on? An unhinged driver appeared to be working for Amazon when he allegedly attacked 5 strangers in Queens, New York. He, including ramming into a carload of women with his cargo van full of packages. Joria Batista, 32, has been hit with a slew of charges, including attempted robbery and assault for the string of unprovoked attacks on Sunday that turned a peaceful neighborhood, Forest Park, into a crime scene that spanned multiple city blocks. Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz said Batista of Brooklyn allegedly began the violent rampage just after 4 p.m. while wearing a blue vest bearing the Amazon logo and carrying around Amazon packages in a white Ram van, prosecutors say. The crazed driver first approached a 2015 Nissan at the intersection of Park Lane South and Forest Parkway in Woodhaven. The 61-year-old driver and her 3 passengers looked on as Batista allegedly hit the vehicle's windshield with an unknown object and cracked the glass. And while the 4 alarmed women waited near the intersection for cops to arrive, the wild delivery man rammed head-on into the Nissan. He then backed up and drove in front of their vehicle. And he tried to back up again, but the Nissan drove off, and Batista sped after the group of women, 3 of whom suffered substantial neck, back, and knee pain after the ordeal. Shortly after that, Batista was allegedly going the wrong way on a one-way street near the intersection of 87th Street and 85th Road in Woodhaven, and he exited his vehicle where he punched a 66-year-old man several times. The unprovoked blows loosened the victim's teeth and caused bleeding and pain. He was then taken to the hospital for treatment. At the same intersection, he allegedly attacked a second 33-year-old man, repeatedly punching that victim in the face. As he pulled at his necklace, he proceeded to punch a 72-year-old man in the head, causing the elderly man to fall to the ground where he sustained abrasions on his arm. Then he continued, hopping in his Ram van, driving the wrong way on a one-way street, and once again hit the front end of a 2023 Nissan. He then opened the front passenger door and assaulted the 75-year-old driver, punching him in the face, threatening to snatch his car. The victim's son stopped it and held Batista until police arrived to cuff him. Batista was ordered held without bail. His arraignment on Wednesday at Queens Criminal Court, Judge Thomas Wright Hernandez said, as alleged, this defendant went on a violent rampage, ramming his delivery van into multiple vehicles and assaulting 4 people, 3 of whom are seniors. The defendant's actions turned a peaceful neighborhood into a crime scene. I thank our NYPD partners for quickly apprehending the defendant before he could cause more harm. What about thanking the kid that held him there? Batista faces up to 7 years in prison if convicted of a laundry list of charges. He will return to court on May 19th. Wow. Former Chick-fil-A employee is arrested for allegedly ringing up 800 orders of mac and cheese and refunding $80,000 to his credit cards. What? A former Chick-fil-A employee has been arrested. They say he funneled money from the register into his personal accounts. He's been arrested for allegedly ringing up hundreds of orders of mac and cheese and refunding the money to his own accounts. The employee is seen on security footage using the register where he rang up 800 orders of mac and cheese. Then he refunded them to his personal credit cards, resulting in a total of just over $80,000. What? The employee had been let go a month prior to the incident. He had been let go a month prior and was unattended during the theft. What? This happened in Texas. That's crazy. Well, I wonder if this is the one that Jimmy was telling me. The wife plots with the secret lover to murder her husband. Let me see if this is the one he was telling me about. I think... Let me see. She was... Oh, no, this is different. She called him and said she was having car trouble. He said somebody was called to a house, and it was an empty house with I don't know. Let's see what that is about. Scott Peterson's defense loses bid to introduce witness testimony. Oh boy, Scott Peterson's still hanging on to that, huh? Oh yeah, that other thing on Summer House, there was some audio that was leaked, right? They have some severe weather going through. Toyota sues dealer after 5.1 million vehicles go missing. Shooting at a Michigan urgent care is under investigation. Severe storms shift east as North Texas is under watch. Josie Dykeman. That's that other. I think that's the one where I watched a little bit on the first day. I'm trying to think where. She said the kid slipped on the water, but I don't know if that was that. Houston man indicted on capital murder charge an 11-year-old's doorbell prank death. Okay, let's see here. What I wanted to see is the teacher accused of stabbing his school principal in a lethal contract row may now face a new charge. I wanted to see the what's his name? Caleb, that American Idol one. Because there was something going on about him. Let's see what's going on about him. Caleb Flynn. Let's see what he's got. The trial for Caleb Flynn. What are we doing here? He faces new charges. That was March 30th. I thought there was something recently. 17th. Judge grants a trial delay. I knew that it was never going to happen when they said it was. There was no way they were going to be ready for a trial then. Let's see what we have here. The trial for the Tip City man accused of killing his wife and staging the scene will not happen in April. Like, that was ridiculous. You knew that wasn't going to happen, though. Come on, we all knew that. That was crazy. Hold on, let me just get this over here so we know we're changing gears here. It's this guy right here. Caleb Flynn, 39, was scheduled to go on trial beginning May 4th, but the judge, Janine Pratt, granted a request from Flynn's defense team to delay the trial after hiring an expert. He's charged with aggravated murder, 3 counts of murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, 3 counts of tampering with evidence, and 2 misdemeanor counts of intimidation of an attorney, victim, or witness in a criminal case. His wife, 37-year-old Ashley Flynn, was shot twice in the head early Monday, February 16th, at the couple's Cunningham Court home. The homicide initially was reported by Caleb as a home invasion. We saw this. We looked at the body cam. I got the FOIA stuff on this. Flynn is represented by his attorneys, filed a motion Friday, April 24th, seeking a 3-week delay to start of the trial. As the court is aware, the state has continued to provide voluminous discovery, some of which is actually relevant. The defense team hired an expert to evaluate a portion of the discovery provided by the Miami County Prosecutor's Office. The continuation is to comply with a rule requiring a 21-day notice for an expert report prior to trial. Okay, so Flynn's speedy trial timeline would not expire until July, Pratt said. The judge is also weighing a motion filed April 17th by the prosecutor's office pertaining to the rights of a child witness when testifying. The defense has stipulated there potentially will be 2 children aged 9 and 12 that will testify during Flynn's trial. Let's see. Caleb Flynn is a former worship pastor and American Idol contestant. Ashley was a middle school volleyball coach and educator. Flynn is being held on $3.5 million bail in the Miami County Jail, where he has been incarcerated since his Thursday, February 19th arrest. Okay, so they're saying He still wants that speedy trial like that guy in Florida thought that was going to work and it didn't work so good. Kentucky man who fatally stabbed his mom and daughter. Sentenced to life in prison. Oh, Saturday Night Live writer. Remember, he was missing his sister. She was found deceased. Okay. Man charged with murder in Fayetteville. Where's this? Let's see. Is this? I'm just trying to see which. Man charged with murder after a woman found stabbed in her Fayetteville home. Is that Fayetteville, North Carolina, or is it Fayetteville, Indiana? Yeah, it looks like North Carolina. Okay. I think I'm... Let's see what happened over here. Fayetteville police say that reports of a suspicious person along Ruby Road led to the discovery of a woman that was stabbed to death about a mile away. Police say they responded to reports of a suspicious man, and after talking with Orlando Pone was taken into custody. The investigation led police to a home in the 1000 block area of Abrams Street, and inside the home they found Nadine Dove dead with multiple stab wounds. She was 63 years old. Pone, 53, was charged with first-degree murder and is being held at the Cumberland County Detention Center under no bond. Police say an investigation is underway, and anyone that has any information is asked to contact Detective D. Jackson at 910-751-9363. Wow. Conway woman dies after she lost control in a highway crash in Horry County. man guilty of killing his 13-year-old step-niece is set to be Florida's 6th execution of 2026. Let's see what happened here. Florida man convicted of beating and choking his 13-year-old step-niece to death nearly 50 years ago is set to be executed tomorrow evening. James Ernest Hitchcock, 70, is scheduled to receive a 3-drug injection starting at 6 p.m. at the Florida State Prison near Stark. Oh, that's where, what's his name was done? Ted. Right? Teddy. Ted Bundy. Stark. That there. 50 years. Let's see. He was originally sentenced to death in 1977 after being convicted of the first-degree murder on July 31st of 1976, killing of Cynthia Driggers. Following a series of appeals, he was resentenced to death in 1988, 1993, and 1996. This will be Florida's 6th execution so far, following a record of 19 executions in 2025. Let's see. Florida, the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. The previous record was set in 2014 when they had 8 executions. According to court records, Hitchcock was unemployed and had moved into his brother's Orlando home several weeks before July 31st, 1976. Wherein he killed Cynthia Driggers, the stepdaughter of Hitchcock's brother. After several hours of drinking beer and smoking marijuana with friends, Hitchcock returned to the family's home, and he told police after his arrest, Hitchcock, who was 20 at the time, went into the 13-year-old girl's room and AR'd her. Wow. When the girl told Hitchcock that she had been injured and planned to tell her mother, he tried to stop her from leaving the room, and he began choking her. He took the girl outside where he beat and choked her until she stopped moving, and then he left her in some nearby bushes. He then took a shower and went to bed. He later recanted during trial, testifying that his brother walked into the girl's room shortly after she and Hitchcock finished what they were doing, and he said the brother took the girl outside and began beating and choking her in a fit of rage, and she was already dead by the time he pulled the brother off the girl. Hitchcock said he initially took the blame to protect his brother. Florida Supreme Court denied an appeal last week to halt his execution. His attorney has argued that he was innocent and that the state has illegally refused to grant him access to public records related to the death penalty. Final appeal was still pending. A total of 47 people were executed. Let's see. Another execution is planned on May 21st. Richard Knight, 47, is scheduled to receive the lethal injection for his conviction in the fatal stabbing of his cousin's girlfriend and her 4-year-old daughter. Remember the case? Gosh, so many cases come back to me where those cousins killed that young girl or something. Remember, she was found in a pathway. All Florida executions are carried out via lethal injection. Okay, so we've got that. It's happening tomorrow. The Stokes didn't hesitate to donate eggs to a friend. What happened? Eggs. What the heck happened there? Tia Stokes didn't hesitate to donate eggs to a friend in need, but her feelings changed once the baby girl arrived. The influencer, 40, has 5 kids of her own, but she's the biological mother of her friend Chelsea's 2 daughters, who are now 7 and 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Who is Tia Stokes anyway? Who is she? I don't know her. She's probably a TikTok something. Oh, wait a second. She had the look. Hold on a minute. I am so lost. The woman that gave the eggs had the leukemia? Well, I've got to find out about this. I'm sorry. So that's Amy and... No, hold on a second. Tia Stokes with her friend Chelsea. Before Tia Stokes received a life-saving bone marrow donation to treat her acute myeloid leukemia, she donated her eggs to her friend Chelsea, who was going through IVF. The TikTok star is the biological mother of 2 of Chelsea's daughters, who are now 7 and 9. And they're close with Stokes and her 5 children. Looking back, Stokes admits it took time for her to accept the situation after Chelsea's first daughter was born, especially since Stokes didn't have a daughter of her own at the time. The Tia Stokes family is everything, but she'll be the first to tell you that family looks a little different for everyone. In recent years, Stokes made her name on social media as a staunch advocate for hope and positivity. She initially went viral when undergoing chemotherapy for acute myeloid leukemia. Despite the toll it took on her body, she danced every day of her treatment. Good for her. And I mean that. The ritual earned Stokes, 40, a following of 1 million Instagram followers and 2.6 million on TikTok. Though she built her online community documenting her cancer journey, she has consistently posted broader lifestyle content. She regularly opened up about raising her 5 kids and about her personal life, including some of the more complex aspects of her background. While she was still in treatment, she introduced her followers to her friend Chelsea and Chelsea's daughters, Giselle and Odette, both of whom she welcomed through IVF using eggs donated by Stokes. Today, Giselle is 9 and Odette is 7, and Stokes compares her relationship with them to that of an aunt with her nieces, her own kids, sons Major, who's 17, Legend, who's 15, Maze, who's 12, Taz, who's 8, and daughter Rose, 6, calls Chelsea's children their cousins, though the parents have never lied about the biological facts. So she has one daughter. Did she have her after her leukemia? Let's see. Chelsea and Stokes' relationship goes way back, years before viral fame and her AML diagnosis in April 2020. Yeah, I guess it looks like right at the same time if her daughter's 6. They were on the same dance team. 2 kids. I wanted to give her the gift of motherhood. Oh, she had 2 kids at the time. Okay. At the time, she had only one concern, and it hardly struck. I was like, well, you know, if it works, you're going to have brown babies. She was like, oh, please. So now she has 2 little girls that will... What is she talking about? Okay. There was a time, she said, when it was hard for her to see pictures of Giselle and Chelsea because they looked a lot like her, and I didn't have a little girl of my own at the time. We had 3 sons. Part of me was like, oh my gosh, maybe that was my daughter. I think it was guilt. It wasn't envy. I wasn't envious. I just felt bad. Took time. I remember. But see, I don't understand how... It's amazing that she had them after all of that chemo and stuff, because a lot of times that will take away your ability to have kids. Anyway. Oh, see, AI images. See, they said all of those ones are fake with Savannah and that guy. Okay, let's see where you guys are. Sorry, I just had to see who that was. I wasn't sure. Maybe you guys know that. All right, now let's see. Alrighty, what's going on over here now? Let's see. Statement, scooters, what? Hold on a minute, I'm way back. Okay. So, Julianne... Jen has all these question marks. Why? Scooter. What is going on? Sergeant did that. Take a day trip. What's going on? I'm so lost. I heard Terry was recently promoted to sergeant. Who's Scooter saying? Bond 4. What is that? Oh, Bond 4. Hi, Bond 4. Tanner Horner is a sadistic domestic terrorist. I don't have authorization to discuss. Lord. Her name was Marguerite. Okay. Hi, Jump As. How are you? I want to eat that. I want to eat in the Allen Cafe, though. Take a day trip. Where are you taking a day trip to? I don't know. Where's she taking a day trip to? Where's she going on a day trip? To Area 51? Oh, okay. Who do you want to go on a day trip there? Yourself? What time is it? It's 2:46. He can stay home. On the 4th week. Oh, on the July 4th weekend? I don't know. You guys are yakking about stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. Where'd Scooter go? She left again? Every time I come back, she leaves. I don't understand. When I go away, she comes in. Then she texts all night on this text thing, and then she leaves again. Comes back, leaves. Comes back, leaves. Your daughter and you will be in Huntsville visiting my son, her brother, and his wife, and my grandson, her nephew. Oh, you have a grandson. Oh, my goodness. How old's the grandson? How old's your grandson? Is that your first grandchild? How old is he? How old is he? I've got so much to do tomorrow. I've got so freaking much to do tomorrow. Scooter's cleaning right now? She's not cleaning. Scooter is not cleaning. Are you serious, Terry? Scooter's not cleaning. I can guarantee you Scooter is not cleaning right now. I remember when Scooter said, when I first started, she said, oh, I have to go down to this cabin and I have to clean it for my family. Ugh, it was like when I first met her. And I had such a different impression of her because I didn't really know her. And I was like, she's cleaning her house for, the family coming up. He is 3. The second is on the way. It's on the way. Do you know if it's a girl or boy? She's cleaning because the water department is coming to her house tomorrow. The water department is coming to her house tomorrow? Oh, maybe then she is cleaning. The water department is coming? Why is the water department coming, Terry? What's going on? Why is the water department coming? Water department is coming. Sounds serious. That sounds serious. Why? Installing a new meter. Sorry. So she's cleaning at 2 in the morning for this guy that's coming? They want to be surprised. Okay, that's okay. Scooter is on that dating thing again. Probably, she's probably listening to that while she's cleaning. She's obsessed with that lady's dating life. She keeps wanting me to listen to it. I'm like, stop. It's crazy. So what else is going on? What else have you guys heard or done or seen? Hold on. I got to put my watch on the charger and I've got to grab my phone. Hold on a second. Tell me what you've seen and done. Nothing. You guys are like, really? That was so weird. I just saw like this green and red light come out of my watch. I don't really remember ever seeing, but that's okay. I was going to have a cup of tea, and I really should, because, you know, I have pain today in where I had my biopsy, and it's supposedly really, really bruised and swollen and stuff. And last night when I went to bed, and I like turned on my side or side, I had such a pain. I thought something like ruptured, and I was like, oh my gosh, what the hell? And I was really upset. And then when I got up, it hurts like under, like, it's weird. And in the side of like your breastbone, and I heard that happens, but like, it was freaking me out. It was really freaking me out. Just stopped working. I don't know why it did that. That's not nice. That's not nice. So yeah, my doctor still hasn't called, but Dr. AI told me, but you know, still, but I'm really worried about like a lot of things, like with the pain of the procedure and what they did, and like that could cause any problems. Like last night it felt like this, I don't know what. went through me. And I wonder if it's all normal. They told me I could take Tylenol, but I don't like Tylenol. And I'm just... I'm trying... Oh, here's a bedtime tea. Hold on a minute. Here's a bedtime bliss. Oh, come on, baby. Bedtime bliss, chamomile, mint, and orange peel. Smells good. All right. You have to wait for the kettle. Hang on a minute. Oh, I have a lot. I just worry, like, you know, because like normally, I don't know, I've got a lot of, I found out my friend from high school has the health anxiety really bad. She didn't have it in high school. If anybody would have had health anxiety, it would have been me. She was never like a worrier at all. And she just told me, because her dad he died, and well, he died, they had to go it's a long story. But she's on the plane and she was talking to me and she said she has health anxiety. So she knows when I was going for this, I'm like, you have health anxiety? Because she never had health anxiety. What do you mean? He was here yesterday. Terry, why do you say that like something happened to him? We want to research the mysterious recent disappearances of the scientists. And get us all up to speed. Really? I don't know. To wash my floors tomorrow too. Clean my stove. I have so much to do. They told me not to do a lot of stuff, you know, but if I don't do a lot of stuff, who does it, you know? I've also got to go to the other house. I was doing stuff from, you know, opening the house up and, but you know, they said even 2 weeks I'm not supposed to be lifting heavy stuff or doing anything like that. I don't know. It's like I didn't feel pain on the other side. Like it was like, I don't know, it's like phantom pain or something. I don't know what the heck is going on. But it's got me all worried, like, that I'm like, okay, now I'm getting that health anxiety like my friend. And it's getting me really freaked out. But I'm trying not to freak out. Okay. I need something with my tea. I just got to get something to have with my tea, and I don't know what to have. Well, it's crackers. Dried cranberries. Okay. Ouch. Your vote is with Julianne. You missed him, yeah, Terry. Do you like him better than me? That's not nice. That's not nice, Julianne. I mean, not Julianne. Terry, it's not nice. Not nice, Terry. So, anyway, this expert, right? It's trying to... People are going crazy because there's nothing to talk about Nancy Guthrie, so they're making stuff up. Oh, thank you, Terry. You should come on panels some night, Terry. We could hear your voice and know your personality. You know? We have this one word right here. You're really tired? That's not nice, Terry. That's not nice, Terry. That's not nice, Terry. But have a wonderful night. Love you. But yeah, but we just have one word, Julianne. It's 6 letters. What happened? Was Heart made wise? Now you say that, murder. Now we're on the other puzzle. Made wise. Oh my gosh, you got it the same way I did. I don't understand how we keep doing that, murder. That's crazy. Per, I think I tried per. Oh no, I tried pre. Okay. Good night, Jen. What is it? Pervy. I think, didn't I just try that? No, what did I just do? Yeah, no. Pure. Wait a minute. P-U-R-E-R. Hold on a minute. Very good. Very good, murder. Well done. Yay, we did April, guys. I'm not happy that I think time is going so quickly. I want it to slow down right around now. If it's really nice here, but it's cold here. But I want it to kind of slow down now. And I want the summer to go away so fast and be done. I just got to slow it down a little bit. Now, what did you say this one was? Very good, murder. Oh, special level. So everything's going to have a D. Wow, big. Shoot. What do you have now? Rider, I got. Ride, I've got. Required, yeah, I got all that. Ire, rude, R-U-D-E, okay. R-U-E-D, how about R-U-E-D-E-R? Okay, how about, got that. Dire, hi Pencella. Dire, I thought I had that, let me see. I do have Dire, it's right, Dire. Let's try that. What else do you have? Rider, we have Rider. Dryer. Oh my gosh, murder. Every time! Then I look over there and you've got it too. It's crazy. What do you have? Queried? Let me try that. Very good. What do you have? Eider? Eider? Eider. Okay. One more would be QR. What is cider? I don't know. It sounds like cider, doesn't it? No idea. I don't know. I don't think I've ever used that word in my life. Eider. I don't know either. It's a duck, an eider. We've got an eider in that pond. Do you have one eider or two eiders? There's two eiders in there. Sorry. I don't, can you use that in a sentence, Murder? I don't know. I don't know. Eidertown. Eiderdown. Is duck down feathers? Does that coat have that real eiderdown in it? No. It sounds like something Irish. It doesn't it? It sounds like something they would say in Ireland. Is that real eiderdown in that coat? Heard, okay. Is that a real eiderdown coat? You love eiderdown pillows. You've never heard of an eiderdown? No, I have never heard of an eiderdown. I have not heard of eiderdown. Am I missing out, Murder? On the eiderdown? Dent? I said. I made that up. I probably would, though. No, I've never heard of an eiderdown. Eiderdown. Never. Really, I haven't. Murder, what is it? Is it something really great? Is it something that the Queen sleeps on or something? Have those eiderdown pillows. It sounds like it sounds like something you would say in Ireland. Eiderdown, just sounds like it's. Where are you going with those eiderdown? Now I'm probably not going to stop. Where are you going with those eiderdown pillows? Bring those eiderdown pillows over there to room 17. They want an eiderdown pillow. Room 17 cold, and they need their eiderdown pillows. Oh my gosh. Eiderdown pillows. They use it for stuffing quilts and pillows. It's the best. But is it Irish? Because it just sounds Irish, doesn't it, when you say eiderdown? Get me 2 of those eider-down pillows at the store. I don't know, it just sounds like that to me. If you're going out, get the eider-down pillows. They're very soft. Don't you know? I'm going to ask in the next store, do you have eider-down pillows? What? Eider-down pillows? I can't say it without that accent. It's not Irish. It sounds Irish. It sounds it. Eider-down pillows. Eider-down pillows. Host Pencilla, yeah, you got that too. Eider-down, eider-down. Sure you put your eider-down coat on. Do you have eider-down pillows? What? Eider-down. One's filled with eider-down. Shoot. Bring me an eider-down, please. I don't know what happened. Our game closed. Our game closed. Give me an eider-down pillow. I'm going to hit the eider-down pillow in just a minute. Belly full. Belly full. Belly full. Very good. Fuel. Fuel. Yell. try, lie, elf. Okay, infringing. No. How you need 3 ends. Inning. Okay. Okay, let's see now. Did winning, twinning... Did we do twig? Yeah. What do you got? Data? Taunt? Okay. Nat? There's no G. Let's see. Tuna? No worries. No worries, Julianne. Jut? Okay. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, ant. How about that? Data. Oh, taught. Right. Taught. Yeah, we got taught. What? NDUJA. Jumanji. Oh my gosh, how do we get it at the same time, murder? How does that even happen? How does that even happen? It keeps happening to us, and you probably don't even believe me, but it's true. What do you have? What is it? I can't see it. I gotta make it bigger. Junta? Junta. I already forgot what that. I already forgot the name of those ducks. Eiderdown. Eiderdown. Do you have the eiderdown? Junta. Okay. Junta. 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 But if you wanted to name a baby that, you could call her Junta, like June. You could if you would named a baby that and you did call her that, right? If you made up the name, if it's not already a name and you wanted to call her that. Because you like the name June, but you wanted it to be different, you could call her Junta. Just saying. Just saying. You know? My chat's not moving now. I can't even see your words because my chat's not moving. What's going on? Error, error, error. That sounds better like Junta, sort of, yeah. Oh, come on. What did they name the baby? Junta. Come on. Oh my gosh. Redo. Door. Can you imagine if somebody does name their baby that? Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. Where did you hear it? Over at Mommy Ramblings. Name the baby Junta. It's beautiful. She's going to be born in June. Just name her that. It's beautiful. I heard it on a YouTube show last night. It's beautiful. Just name it. She'll be the only one. It'll be so original. Junta. Junta. Come on in, Junta. Baby junta. Come on now. Could start a trend. You never know. You never know. You really don't know. Could really start a trend. You could. Just might. Just might. All the June babies being named Junta. Oh my gosh. We have so many Juntas in the kindergarten class now. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Junta is a small group that rules a country. Maybe they will. I don't know. Junta bugs. Like June bugs. Come on. I must be getting way too tired. We just got to get this word and go to bed. I remember Heart Midwives putting Junta. I didn't know what it was. Oh my goodness. What was that duck again? Eiderdown. You have any eiderdown pillows? Going away on a trip and I'd like some eiderdown pillows. I'd like some eiderdown pillows. Enter. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize we're going to make an advancement. Oh my gosh. We're going to have to do this one tomorrow. It's too hard for us. We're too tired. Got to go to bed. All right, guys. Love you. God bless. Prayers. We'll see you tomorrow. Everybody have a good night. Be good. God bless. May the Lord bless you and keep you and give you his peace and protect you. And talk to you later. Love you guys. Prayers for everyone. God bless and stay well. I'll see you tomorrow.